Yeah, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to Friday. How you doing? Oh boy, today's one of them we're ripping the band-aid off kind of streams, ain't it? Yeah, no. So okay, for those who are for those who don't know why we're here, uh, at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time today, Games Workshop is revealing. They're revealing. Okay, listen, all the people who leak this stuff with a good degree of accuracy have leaked it. So it's basically going to happen. So it's basically what it is that there's going to be a female custodes revealed today. We're just here to watch the tire fire. We're here to watch them light the tire fire live on Twitch. They'll be on Twitch. I'm on Twitch and YouTube, but from their end, I mean. Hello, everyone in chat. There are a lot of people in chat, too many to name off, so I'm just gonna say hello to all of you. And welcome first-time chatters who have seen chatting. Yeah, welcome in. Oh shit, I didn't know about the femstones. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna bring people up to speed really quick, and that's basically Valrak. Valrak's got his inside people with GW, who I'm 90% certain are literally just GW themselves, fully aware of what they're leaking and like doing it actively because Valrak's their hype guy. Basically confirmed that there will be female custodes in the new reveals today. So, because Valrak's leakers leaked it, that basically means 100% it's going to happen. So, yeah, that's the only reason we're watching. Is like I said, I want to watch them. I want to watch them light the trash fire with their own hand. I want to see it happen. I want to see it happen and laugh at it as it happens because I'm at such a point of like kind of like apathy with this company, with Games Workshop, where it's like, okay, I know they're going to do something this stupid. I just want to be there when it happens. Like, I just want to laugh. I just want to laugh, like laugh as it happens, you know? I've got my, you know, I'm one of the people who at the way things have standed has joined in the balkanization of the Warhammer fandom. I've got my cutoff point for the lore. I'm happy with it. So you know what? I'll just laugh along with it. Scissor Silence fans are currently foaming at the mouth. Yeah, real. Yeah, no, we're going to talk about that too. That's going to come up. We have plenty of time before the actual GW's actual live stream starts. We've got at least 2.5 hours. So we're gonna yap and shit in the time building up to that, because why not, right? Did I see the new Deep Rock Galactic missions and cosmetics? No, I have not. I should probably go look at that at some point. I'm more of a Helldivers guy than Deep Rock, but Deep Rock is good though. Deep Rock is good. But Helldivers really scratches my, human supremacy itch in a way that Deep Rock just can't. Even though I do like to believe they actually take place in the same universe, because I mean, why not, right? Blackmailing and apathy, you will have to fight harder to claim you. Oh yeah, Dragon Ranger. I appreciate that attitude. It's just I've been into Warhammer since 1998, and believe me, I am well acquainted with how absolutely retarded Games Workshop is. So to me, this is just like, this doesn't surprise me. That's what it's like to me. This move does not surprise me at all at this point. The fact they sat on it for a year and directly contradicted it for a year was a whole other thing, because they did do that. Never let anyone convince you otherwise. For a year straight, they were contradicting the very retcon they put forward, to the point that even I believed they weren't going through with it anymore. And then in just like in the last 2 months, they dropped Tirith in Tacticus, and then that Ariste female custodian in the new Ashes of the Imperium book. But for like a year, they were saying, "Oh no, we're directly contradicting the retcon, and then we're just going to drop this on you 2 months before the models drop." And it's like, oh, okay, so you don't know what the fuck you're doing, right? Okay, gotcha, GW. That makes total sense, actually. Hey, Mega Man, how you doing? Steel Striker. I cannot discuss that live on stream. So I cannot tell you, unfortunately. There are things I can't discuss live on stream in that regard without getting nuked from orbit by YouTube and Twitch, and I do not wish to be. For the record, people posting links related to that will get their post deleted, so do not do that. I will say there's a pedia, a Wahapedia out there. You might want to look that up, but that's all I'm saying. You didn't hear that from me. Unreliable narrators, unreliable GW at this point with their lore. No, I was just talking about it and did a video on it. I was just talking about that, turned it into a YouTube video. It's my most recent video about how I legit think GW is now writing lore blurbs in their codexes with ChatGPT, and that they're lying about not using AI. I fully believe that the lore is so shit at this point because they just stopped caring and they're letting AI handle it. And also because they have Mike Brooks, writing novels and shit, because Mike Brooks is the worst they got. Like, seriously. I'd count Gav Thorpe in there, but fuck, man, guy barely ever writes novels anymore. So, I mean, and the stuff he writes is stuff like, fucking Indomitus or that Leaks Votan novel no one read. Hello, Bo. I started working on my pure Deathwatch army. Very based of you, Autism. Deathwatcher rad as hell, even if Games Workshop hates them. Like, when it comes to, things from Valrak's rumor source, they also said Deathwatch are going to get a box set. And you know what? I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a minute. Games Workshop would never give Deathwatch a box set. They hate Deathwatch. Remember, everyone, they squatted Deathwatch as a faction right before Space Marine 2 came out, which featured the Deathwatch heavily. Thoughts on Steve Lyons? Shit, my mind's blanking on him. Hold on. I know he's an author for Black Library. I know he's an author for Black Library. I just don't remember what he's written off the top of my head. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Okay. No, Steve Lyons is good. He's done some good stuff. Steve Lyons has done some good stuff. I will say stuff like, Dead Men Walking, Death World, Krieg. He's done some okay stuff. He's done some pretty good stuff. Honestly, the Black Library authors I hold actual ire for is kind of a small list. It's mostly Mike Brooks, Gav Thorpe, Aaron Dembski Bowden, on and off. Really depends on the novel, whether he's giving it his all, or if he's just phoning it in, or if he's pushing his woke agenda. That's really it, honestly, for the ones on my shit list. Oh, and Guy Haley whenever he writes Black Templars. Like Guy Haley writing Black Templars is a recipe for disaster, like, genuinely. I'd count C.S. Godo in there, but they kind of fired him and decanonized all his novels, so you can't really count him anymore. It being AI makes sense when you realize a lot of the actions of the characters in these lore edits makes it really stupid if you think about it for a minute. Yeah, like the Grimaldus one is the real okay, the female custode driving Dawn Eagle jet bikes through the fucking atmosphere like they could survive that is a good example. The female custode is doing the virus bomb to win a blood game when you can't even teleport into the throne room to begin with is a good example. Fuck, what else? Grimaldus drowning and boiling word bears and the Imperial Guard used to distract them in acid is a good example. and the Terminus Decree and just how much little sense it makes because all three parties who would be fighting each other would agree on it is a good example. Like, that's why I used those 4 examples when I was talking about it before, because it's just, yeah, that's, it all reads like it's written by ChatGTP. And I'm going to be honest, I mean, and hey, I'm going to, listen, much as I shit on a lot of Xenos players, I'm going to throw y'all a bone here too. That Wraithbone bullshit that we all kind of forgot about also feels like it was written by ChatGPT. So Eldar fans, you know what? Y'all, I'm there with you. I think you've been hit by this too. That Wraithbone bullshit, ChatGPT. I'm calling that. Terminus Decree pissed you off so much? Yeah. Yeah, that's so stupid. So stupid. Two factions who would agree that the Emperor can't get off the throne, fighting to either let the Emperor get off the throne or keep the Emperor on the throne. Motherfuckers got like, no. Whoever wrote that is actually stupid. And if it was ChatGPT, that would make the most sense. Because, yeah. Does Guy Haley writing the Dark Imperium books count for Black Templars? Seem to recall some Black Templars cameos in that book. Oh, no. Okay. No, the Dark Imperium trilogy was actually good. The Dark Imperium trilogy was actually good. I don't remember there being any Black Templars showing up in that for any length of time. And it's so weird because in that book trilogy, in his attempts to criticize religion, he just makes the crazy religious guy look absolutely based because he ended up being right. You know? He ended up being right in the end. Like Praetor Matthew ends up through the power of sheer faith destroying Nurgle's cauldron, one of the most powerful chaos artifacts. So like, yeah, it's like, good job making the religious guy look bad. You just made him look based as hell. He destroyed one of the most powerful chaos artifacts with a touch. Thoughts on Loyalist Death Guard? I mean, look, we've had Loyalist Death Guard. That's literally just what Nathaniel Garrow was. Like, Nathaniel Garrow was a Loyalist Death Guard. He was one of the best characters out of the Horus Heresy. Big E possessing Gilliman? Yeah, that too. It's like, I feel like Guy Haley, when he writes Black Templars, is legit just, he's able to focus his raging Reddit atheism into a sort of like mortal form. And through that, he just like goes completely like full retard on criticizing religious people in that sense. But when he has to bring the Emperor into the picture, he can't help but confirm that the power of faith is a thing. And, you know, all the religious worship in 40K is entirely justified because God is real and he hates our enemies. So yeah. You forgot about that? Gilliman getting furious with the ecclesiarchy, with the Praetor Matthew. That was his name. He gets mad at Praetor Matthew, and then Matthew ends up just completely confirming everything. Get ready for, thank you for the $2 super chat, Satellite Cannon. Get ready to see GW stocks crash. Okay. We'll talk about potential fallout of all this a little bit later. I will say though, there probably will be a stock dip in the aftermath. Get ready for people like mostly on the tourist side of things to, you know, try and justify how it doesn't matter and it doesn't mean anything. I would definitely keep an eye out on the YouTube end of the live stream GW puts out for the like to dislike ratio, stuff like that. There will be signs of public opinion on this that GW can't cover up. I will say keep an eye on that. We'll discuss it a little more later. You like Dark Imperium, but holy hell, Ultramarine chapters just blend together for me. Well, that's because nobody brings up the ones that actually act different. But we're gonna pivot off Warhammer 40K as a topic for a while. So let's all slide on over to here, everyone, and let's bring up the view screen because we have something. We, everyone, have something else to talk about. Okay, I pushed this. This stream was originally supposed to go live at 1:30, an hour before, GW's reveal stream, so we would have time to chat for an hour about topic at hand before everything happens. But then we had a bombshell happen last night, everyone. So, Kathleen Kennedy, everyone, she quit Lucasfilm. Like, no bullshit. No, Victor Von Doomcock, saying she's totally quitting, guys. She's totally quitting. My spies within Disney are telling me she's totally quitting, and then it doesn't happen. No. This is different. It actually happened this time. Okay, it actually went down. She is gone. She quit. She is quitting Lucasfilm. They are going to Oh yeah, no, Dragon Ranger, no. The believe me, the guy at the Akuyami Gami, hello from the Twitter end of things. How you doing, dude? But yeah, no, it's like believe me, there's a guy in a retirement home right now looking for a new person to put in the retirement home, and he said, and I quote, "Put a chick in it and make her lame and gay." And God heard that man and convinced Kathleen Kennedy to retire from Lucasfilm. Doesn't matter because Star Wars is probably dead. Okay, we're gonna get into that, Optimus. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into Star Wars healing. We're gonna get into that, but yeah, no, because I know this particular topic has been said it's gonna happen over and over again. Since the failure of the prequel trilogy and all the TV shows, this is real. This actually happened. She is actually gone. Apparently in her place, there's going to be 2 people. Thank you, Moonfail, for the $5 super chat. What is she going to work for? Paramount to help improve Star Trek? Oh God. Listen, I'm no Trekkie, all right? My Star Trek experience is relatively limited compared to Star Wars. Holy shit, what, don't even get me started on that new show they've started. Like, I legit saw the, you know what, actually, hold on. I saw a bit of that, and I'm gonna have to probably pause this. So, okay, this was my reaction to seeing some of the footage. By the way, I just thought you'd all want to see this because Star Trek got brought up. If I hadn't been told this was from the new show, I'd swear it's AI generated. But yeah, so in terms of like who's running Lucasfilm now. It's Dave Filoni and some other bitch. I don't remember her name off the top of my head. So what they're doing is Filoni will be in charge of the creative end of things, and the other bitch will be in charge of the business end. Like she'll handle like business stuff and all that while Filoni is running the creative end, like, creative decision making and all that stuff. They're basically splitting the role of leadership between 2 people on 2 different ends of things. The live stream from Starfleet Academy was wild. A few thousand people watching and all the comments were negative. Now, like legit people were just, hate watching the live stream because because it was free hate watching, material. Like that's it. Good riddance. Yeah, no, good riddance. I know a lot of people are fairly cynical about Filoni getting the head of the creative, the creative half of the leadership. And I'm gonna be honest, I do not. Okay, full disclosure from me here. I do not like Dave Filoni. Okay, I do not like him. I do not like him. I do not think he is like God's gift to Star Wars, like he thinks he is. Dave Filoni, what if we have a strong female Jedi in the next series and Ahsoka will teach her the meaning of the giant space whales? Yeah, I will say this though. I will say this. Here's my genuine opinion on all this. I feel like when it comes to the stuff we got from Lucasfilm during this dark period, I feel like now very little of it was good, right? Very little of it was good. I feel like Rogue One was a genuinely excellent film. I will not hear otherwise on that. I've heard nothing but good things about Andor, but I've never watched it. I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to make watching it a thing. I'm going to make watching it like something I need to do, something I need to get done. So I'm going to end up watching Andor. But really, I will say this, even though there was a lot of bad, I feel like when the bad was mostly, low key, not like, complete, utter rape of Star Wars, but just bad content, That's when I feel like Filoni was in charge. And a lot of that was things like, things that, oh, okay, this isn't good, but this also doesn't feel like Star Wars getting sodomized. It just feels like a bad EU novel, But half the problem with Star Wars is that all we got was sodomization or bad EU novel equivalents. We never got anything actually good, except Rogue One and Andor. And I'd argue the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian. 3rd season was garbage. But those first 2 seasons, I'd say, were actually good. Rogue One was the only good Disney Star Wars film. Andor and Mandalorian were the only good shows. Yeah, we're going to get into what I believe is going to happen on that as well, by the way. So, yeah, don't worry about that. But yeah, I feel like there wasn't, okay, as much as nothing was good, or most of everything wasn't good, I do feel like there was a dichotomy at the very least. There were degrees of how the bad media played out that showed me that at the very least, Filoni is trying. He's actually trying. And that is improvement. Putting him in charge, to me, is still improvement. And there's also the fact that no matter what Filoni was actually trying to do, Kennedy still had final say. Even if Filoni's attempts to make new Star Wars is flawed in the attempt, I feel like there's absolutely an element that has to be mentioned of Kennedy making it worse than it had to be. There's a reason that Kennedy was the, target of the put a chick in it and make it lame and gay satire. Okay. Let's shift on over. I had Google prepare a list because, it's easier than hunting down lists. So these are all the animated, and these are all of the animated and live action TV shows. We're not counting the sequel trilogy, all right? There's no defending the sequel trilogy. But, oh, hold on. Drink something. Only good thing about the Ahsoka show was Balin. He was an interesting character, and the only good thing there. Yeah. I feel like Ahsoka could have worked. I feel like it could have worked, but it felt like it had multiple albatrosses and mostly in the DEI sense, weighing it down. I feel like if they'd been trying less hard with Ahsoka to pander to ideology, I feel like it could have actually worked. Clone Wars animated was legit good, and Rebels did have good stuff in it. I'll say Rebels wasn't as bad. Rebels was no Clone Wars, but it wasn't as awful as it could have been. Bad Batch got really disrespectful toward the end there, especially with killing off one of killing off Scorch the way it did. Like, what the fuck, dude? How much of that was Filoni being countermanded by Kathleen, and how much of it was Filoni being greenlit by Kathleen? Because Kathleen could be an easy cop-out for all the problems. Oh, no. That's exactly my point, Kronos. That's exactly my point. We don't, because at the end of the day, we're never really gonna know how much of the bad was Kathleen Kennedy and how much was Filoni until we finally see Filoni make some stuff without Kathleen Kennedy's interference. Ahsoka would have been better animated. Yeah, I agree to that. Filoni is the James Gunn of Star Wars. Yeah. I will say this. That does mean that him stepping back to a leadership position is probably for the best in regards to getting, new people to make Star Wars stuff rather than Filoni himself. There is such a thing. There are periods where it is a good thing when certain people are kicked upstairs so other people can be on the front lines. And I feel like it could pan out that way. Putting Filoni, in the executive creative position may be a good thing overall, because at that point you can get people who can make better decisions to make Star Wars content. And all he's really doing is signing off on it. It's possible she was just a scapegoat, like a CEO taking heat for, well, I mean, okay. When it comes to, Kennedy absolutely was the ultimate power at Lucasfilm. Don't let people convince you otherwise. Kennedy was the ultimate power at Lucasfilm, making all of the decisions, right? Like making all the final decisions, all right? Like shit like the Acolyte, everything that happened in the sequel trilogy, all of that can be blamed on Kennedy, all right? Like wanting to do another Rey movie, that can be blamed on Kennedy. Kennedy can be blamed on so much that went wrong. Everything about the Acolyte was Kennedy. Harvey Weinstein's former handmaiden that she put in charge of the Acolyte was appointed by Kennedy. So yeah, don't get me wrong. Kathleen Kennedy is no scapegoat. She was the tumor at the heart of the cancer. So her getting removed is absolutely a good thing. And I would actually say most of the asinine decision-making and the ideological bullshit in modern Star Wars was because of Kennedy. And I feel like removing her will ultimately begin to, we'll begin to see the symptoms heal as more content comes out. The Obi-Wan series performed a colonoscopy on everyone who grew up with the prequel trilogy, aggressively and without lube. Yeah. But it's a one big pedophile club. I mean, yeah, like I said, legit that bitch behind the Acolyte, the one who's literally got a square head, she was literally a personal handmaiden of Harvey Weinstein. like legit waited on him hand and foot, you know? And she and Kennedy were friends. So, yeah. You still maintain Kennedy wanted Leslie Weinstein's former personal assistant Headland to replace her. Yeah, you know, you know what, Gingerblades, I believe that, but I also believe that, you know, have you ever seen a picture of her? Have y'all ever seen a picture of her? Like, hold on, everyone. Like, hold on. Okay, let me like, well, look at her. Look at her. Look, that is just a square. And like, her head is a cube. Like what the? What is wrong? Okay? What is wrong with the DNA of these Hollywood elite people? They're okay. There's something scrambling their genes in the water. I swear to God. Like, how the hell? Sorry, the picture's making me sick. I'm sorry about that. How the hell do you get legit a cube head? She's a cube. She's an actual cube. Like what the hell? Inbred, outbred? No, Aku. I swear to God, there's some fucking lizard people in her DNA. Like, there's some lizard people from Alpha Centauri in her fucking DNA there. Like, holy shit, how do you get a square head like that? Modern day Habsburgs? No, the Habsburgs actually did some good stuff for the world. She didn't. She waited on a pedophile hand and foot and then got promoted by a friend to make an awful Star Wars TV show. So yeah, no. We're not comparing her to the Habsburgs. Blockhead, yeah, literal blockhead. Like, what the hell? She's as cubic as Rihanna is circular, which is a lot. Yeah, right. And MechTech, how you doing? But yeah, okay, going back over here. So, I'm gonna give my genuine dog shit opinion. Oh wait, hold on, what's this? The nuclear. Oh, I'll get to your message in a minute, Kronos. We got a super chat coming in here. Moonfail, once again, thank you for the $5 super chat. Wait, Kathleen Kennedy is out as Lucasfilm and GW has an announcement. Please let it not be so. Okay. I've said straight up. I said this on Twitter last night. I feel like Kathleen Kennedy getting outed at Lucasfilm, you know, retiring, getting kicked out, whatever. I think there may have been more than a little bit of a very angry Bob Iger getting rid of her because they're trying to clean house now and undo all the woke bullshit at Disney because they can't afford to do it anymore. I feel like that may have been an important factor here. But I almost feel like Kathleen Kennedy retiring, getting kicked out, what have you. I feel like it's God setting me up with good news to brace me for bad news, which will be the Warhammer, which will be the reveal stream a little bit later at 2:30 Eastern. But I'm right, yeah. So I firmly believe Disney's going to take a certain path to healing Star Wars. You need me to wait. Hold on. First of all, I was going to read Kronos' chat. The nuclear negative reception of Acolyte put Leslie's radioactive reputation with her connection to Weinstein. She can scream from the rooftops about representation and women's empowerment, but Disney's not going to accept her as a replacement for Kathleen. Probably the first coherent choice the Disney execs made, albeit low-hanging fruit. Yeah, like, no. Fucking Leslie Headland talking about fucking, you know, representation of women is hilarious when she was literally feeding women to Weinstein on a platter. Like actual, bundled up with a bow, feeding young girls to that pedophile when she was working for him. It shows how performative wokeness is when one of probably the person who headlined the most woke Star Wars entry was literally feeding underage girls to a pedophile. So yeah, that's all I got to say about that. If you miss Kathleen, you can catch her weekly at Tim Hortons. Real. Or no, actually, no. Wait, it'd be Dunkin' Donuts because she's American. We don't have Tim Hortons in America. That's a Canadian thing. We have Dunkin' Donuts. But right. What do I think Star Wars can do to heal? It's very simple. It's very a while back, you mentioned some VTuber called Vex named herself after a race of mindless killing machines. What IP setting are those from? You mean Vex Milk? Vex Milk named her character after the Vex from Destiny, who are literally, hive-minded killbots. But yeah, okay. Staying on topic here. Okay. Here's what Disney needs to do to start fixing Star Wars. Retcons, people. Retcons. Now, okay. I'm going to be 100% with you. I don't think Disney, at least not immediately, is going to openly declare things like the sequel trilogy or the Acolyte or whatever non-canon. I don't think that will happen immediately. What I think will happen is that basically they're just going to stop talking about it. They're going to stop talking about it, and then they're going to push the content that they released that they can salvage. They're going to push the salvageable stuff. And they're going to let the stuff that utterly flopped wash away with time. That's the path they're going to take. And honestly, okay, I need to hunt it. Okay, it was linked. It was linked on the Discord yesterday, and I commented on it too, but it was like a couple days ago. I need to scroll up and find it. Hold up, everyone. If you're saying stuff in chat, I legit can't see it right now. Am I looking in the wrong Discord server? Hold on. Right, I'm looking at the wrong Discord server. Shit. Hold on. Where was it? No, that's talking about the Godzilla pub draft. There it is. MechTech, I saw that. Tau suck. Anyway, so this literally got this got announced a day before Kathleen Kennedy got the boot. All right, let's read this out. Disney's Galaxy's Edge will no longer be set in the time period of the sequel trilogy and will be less of an in-universe Star Wars experience for visitors beginning April 29th. Kylo Ren has been shelved, while Rey will only be seen around the Rise of the Resistance ride. In their place are Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and Princess Leia. John Williams' Star Wars theme will also be broadcast at Galaxy Edge for the first time. I'm gonna sit back a bit and I'm gonna let that sink in. All right. We're just gonna let that big floppy wiener just lay on the table and steam for a bit, because it reeks of desperation. Exactly, Steel Nye. That's my point. Disney knows what's up. Disney knows what's going on. Like, like, okay, let's really start to unpack this, all right? They've completely removed everything sequel trilogy related from Galaxy's Edge. The only thing they haven't is a ride themed about the rise of the Resistance, which they physically can't remove. They're basically like locking their, their person meant to represent, Rey. They're locking her inside that ride where she can't bother anyone. They're replacing all the characters walking around greeting people with original trilogy characters. Darth Vader, Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia. They're going to be playing John Williams' Star Wars theme at the park, which they've never done before. We all owe Senator Binks of Naboo an apology. We really do. We really do. Listen, Misa be lovin' da moi Gungan people. Misa believe we done did the Gungans dirty. I mean that, by the way. I fucking mean that. I will admit, I cringed hard enough to birth singularity out of my anus from speaking Gungan, but hey, you know what? You know what? I don't care. Oh, Satellite Cannon, thank you for the $5 super chat. Star Wars can make a comeback, but it's going to take a long while, and hopefully people can forgive them. Also, did you see the Star Wars concept park? I have not seen a Star Wars concept park, but I do believe you. I do believe Star Wars can make a comeback. I do believe Star Wars is firmly enough entrenched in the culture that it will begin to heal. It will begin to get better. And I honestly believe that what we're seeing here is a sign of that. I believe it's a sign of that. I believe that Disney wants to repair it because if for no other reason than they want to make money. And I'm going to be completely honest, that doesn't really bother me if it's just to make money. Because if they want to make money, they'll do right by the fans. If they do right by the fans, they'll make good content. If they make good content, Star Wars stays healthy. Capitalism is not a bad thing. Because when they're actually trying to earn money and not pander to ideology, which is the socialist approach, Star Wars will return to a healthy place. We may never get Lucas-era Kino again, but I firmly don't believe we need to get Lucas-era Kino as long as what they're making is good, respectful to the legacy, tells good stories, and respects the fans. That's really all it needs to be. So I don't really mind, if they're if it's just for a money-making purpose. And I firmly believe the fact that they're pushing the original trilogy in place of the sequels at Galaxy's Edge is a sign that retcons are coming. Even if they're not outspoken retcons immediately, I firmly believe retcons are coming. They're going to very silently let things that they're only going to push the Star Wars that they can salvage. And what do I mean by the Star Wars they can salvage? Okay. So you have no confidence in the new KOTOR game? I'll get back to that in a minute, Dandy. Remind me. I'll get back to that in a minute. It's very easy to correct Star Wars. The question, is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. It's worth it on two major positions, all right? The first position is from Disney's perspective. Money. They've sunk well over $10 billion into Star Wars. They have not earned a penny off of it. They have not repaid the debt they spent to get Star Wars going. They need Star Wars to earn money. So obviously, they need to start making Star Wars in a way that people who actually care about Star Wars will give a try. Enough to build trust, rebuild that customer base, and start earning them money. The other approach is the cultural approach. Star Wars is the great American mythology. It's the great American mythology told through cinema. Star Wars should absolutely be salvaged because this American cultural mythology that Star Wars is, that Star Wars represents, should be saved. It should be repaired. It should be healed. It is absolutely worth it in that regard. Now, here's what I think. Here's what I personally think. What are they going to retcon out, right? I personally think the following is going to be retconned out. Potentially, season 2 of The Mandalorian. We'll know first in that regard because The Mandalorian and Grogu comes out this year in theaters. So we'll know that first. I think the likelihood of Mandalorian season 3 being retconned is low, but I feel it's not off the table. Book of Boba Fett, fairly high. Oh, one moment. Hey, Nate, one moment. Let me shout out a homie. Shout out. Ignatius. Go give Nate a follow. He's a up and coming streamer, working his way through some computer trouble, but he's doing Yap streams in the meantime. It's the Piss Monster. I mean, he does like King in Yellow, which is, the Piss Eldritch Horror. Good novel, by the way. But right, you are EP. Yeah, we're all EP. We're all EP. Because I got to sleep pretty late last night and I had to be up this morning to do a bunch of shit in time for stream. So yeah, but right, Mandalorian season 3, low likelihood to be retconned, but not off the table. Book of Boba Fett, 50-50. 50-50 chance this will be retconned. It was kind of a stinker. It wasn't good. It wasn't good, and it's pretty much irrelevant. So, fairly high likelihood this would be retconned. Like I said, 50%. KOTOR, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that one, Dandy. I'm getting to that. I want to get through the TV shows first. Obi-Wan Kenobi, incredibly high likelihood. There's an incredibly high likelihood Obi-Wan Kenobi will be retconned. This was one of the big 3 stinkers that Disney put out. The sequel trilogy, Obi-Wan, and The Acolyte. So I think this one, very high likelihood it'll be retconned. Andor? Andor will not be retconned. I believe Andor will be one of the ones they choose to build off of. Andor was actually a good, from what I've heard, I've not watched it myself yet, and I'm going to, was a very good show. So it was one of the ones that people actually liked, the people who did watch it. So I feel like Andor will not be something they retcon. I believe Andor will survive this. They will keep it intact. Also, Rogue One. Rogue One will probably also be kept intact. Let's see what else. Ahsoka. I believe Ahsoka will make it through intact. Ahsoka was not the best. It was not a good show, but it was fairly harmless and built off other things that I believe Disney will keep around. And for that reason, I think they're going to keep Ahsoka around. The Acolyte, 100% getting retconned. I think they actually dropped the Acolyte from Disney Plus already. So there is a good chance the Acolyte is going to be completely forgotten about. Skeleton Crew will probably, I don't think you can really say it'll be retconned. It was such an isolated story that basically it can exist on its own and really harm nothing. Clone Wars will stay around, I think. It's too tied into the prequel trilogy for them to get rid of it. And I did hear good things about the final season. I believe the same is true with Rebels. I believe Resistance is going to get shit canned. The Bad Batch may or may not be shit canned. That one is up in the air for me. 50-50, like Book of Boba Fett. Visions is basically its own thing. I don't know enough about Tales of the Jedi or Tales of the Empire to comment. And I don't know enough about Young Jedi Adventures. They had Sabine get force powers out of nowhere in Ahsoka. Yeah, like I said, I'm not complimenting Ahsoka. I'm not complimenting it, don't get me wrong. But I feel like Ahsoka will survive regardless, just because they can build off of it and potentially make something good. Whereas with something like, say, Obi-Wan or the Acolyte, it was a complete dumpster fire that they just can't do anything with it except throw it out. When it comes to the movies, I think they're gonna retcon the sequel trilogy. I think they've already begun to do that. I feel like Solo will be left in a you decide position. I thought Solo was a movie that honestly wasn't terrible, but at the same time was completely unnecessary. It didn't need to exist because it doesn't accomplish anything really. It goes in a complete circle. But I feel like Disney will take a take it or leave it approach with Solo. Rogue One is absolutely going to stay. That is the only Star Wars movie they've put out that people actually liked. So Rogue One is absolutely going to stay, and I'm totally okay with that. I like Rogue One. Rogue One was an excellent Star Wars film, and honestly, fuck you if you disagree. When it comes to video games, and Danny, I'm getting to KOTOR now, okay? When it comes to video games, I think they'll keep the Jedi Survivor games because they were relatively well received. And I feel like they're going to ditch Battlefront 2's campaign stuff entirely because it's tied to the sequel trilogy. Same reason they're going to ditch Resistance, because they're going to ditch the sequels. And when it comes to the new KOTOR game, I'm optimistic. And I'm honest. Want to know why I'm optimistic about it? Because the Saudis who bought Electronic Arts told BioWare directly to their face, and I'm paraphrasing, but this is basically what they said: drop the woke shit or we'll replace all of you. And that is all I need to hear. Electronic Arts and BioWare's new owners are on a zero tolerance policy right now with the kind of shit that, the kind of DEI bullshit that ruined Star Wars. Zero tolerance. So I believe KOTOR is in a good place. Rogue One also didn't really rely on Force users, meaning it can be done. Same with Andor. Yeah, exactly. I don't believe Disney is going to bring back the old EU. But what I hope they do, I don't think that's going to happen, which is a shame. But I think what they can start doing now is building a new Star Wars mythology that, off of what good they did make or what they did make that can be salvaged, and make something we can actually enjoy and say, okay, I can fuck with this. Something we can actually accept. I think there'll always be a balkanization between EU and Disney. That's always going to exist. But I feel like there's going to be more bridges being mended than burned now. Hi, Razorwind, how you doing? I say go off the expanded universe. Well, I mean, when you think about it, all the salvageable stuff from Disney Star Wars is just poaching off the EU anyway. So, yeah, also hold up. Is that off cooldown? Yeah, it is. Go follow Razorwind. He's also cool people. Hey, Razor, remind me, after, sometime before I stream tomorrow, remind me to, DM you so we can hash out, collabing on something next week, okay? So yeah, that's pretty much the Star Wars thing. Oh, hey, Damien, you too. Okay, I'll give you a shout out as well, dude, but, it's on cooldown right now, so I'm gonna have to remember. If I forget, I apologize, because I'm a stupid. I'm a stupid. But yeah, no, that's generally what I believe is gonna go down with Star Wars. That's what I believe is gonna go down now. I don't think we're getting the old EU back, but I think they're actually gonna try and make good stuff. I'm hoping Mandalorian and Grogu wasn't too tainted by Kennedy before her ousting. I get the feeling, though, it probably wasn't. I'm going to predict that Bob Iger probably stepped in and said, keep her as far away from this as possible. This is our last hurrah. And I feel like booting her out before Mandalorian and Grogu comes out is absolutely a hype building move to get people into theaters to try to see it. I firmly believe that. It's a strategic move. Retcon the sequels and say it was an alt reality. Well, I don't think they'll out and out retcon it, openly retcon it, but I think what they will do is just not talk about it anymore. They'll not talk.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to unleash my EVs. Together we blanketed ourselves and slept through cold night. But you betrayed me. You betrayed us all. You stayed up past bedtime and drank soda. Mankind has only one chance for a proper slee.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nate. It got cut off. Yeah. Man, I need to actually set up fucking what's it called? Tangia or whatever it is, to allow for longer text to voice stuff. The NyQuil Marines, real. When booting a person is a hype moment for the company, that's a very low bar for the series. That is true, MechTech. But I absolutely see what Disney is doing here. They've got a Star Wars movie coming out in theaters later this year. They absolutely want to build confidence ahead of that. And what better way to do it than to announce, oh, we're completely whitewashing Galaxy's Edge of sequel content. We're absolutely for real this time removing Kathleen Kennedy. By the way, guys, we've got a Star Wars movie, Mandalorian and Grogu, hitting theaters in 2026. We're being nice. We're giving you what you want. Why don't you give it a chance and go see it? They are absolutely doing that. And I firmly believe these moves they've made in the last 2 days are a confidence building move toward their actual, you know, audience. You know, they've realized the modern audience is a myth, and they're trying to appeal to the actual audience now. The movies need to ball, otherwise it's Jover. Yeah, Mike, absolutely. Like, absolutely need to. Like, I will say Mandalorian and Grogu, it doesn't need to earn $1 billion, but it needs to do well. You know? It needs to do well. They pissed off too many people. I think if they keep their expectations realistic with Mandalorian and Grogu, they could possibly begin to repair the damage as soon as that. The smart move would be to completely ignore the sequel trilogy and make films, games, and series years before or after, so they don't need to mention references. Yeah, exactly, Steel Knight, exactly. And that's what I think they're going to do. The stuff they can salvage, all the salvageable stuff that I mentioned, the stuff there's a low or non-existent likelihood they'll retcon, like Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, Ahsoka. Don't mention the sequels at all, and in fact set up a post original trilogy timeline that isn't even compatible with the sequels. That was one of the things a lot of people noticed. The setting established by Mandalorian, Ahsoka, and all them does not lead to the sequels, no matter how hard you try to shove it in. Like, we saw the timeline that leads to the sequels in the Battlefront 2 campaign. Mandalorian, Ahsoka, and all that, don't allow that to happen. They're not compatible with each other. And I think that may have been deliberate on the part of some people behind the scenes, trying to set up for a day when they can salvage Star Wars, potentially. Pandemic Battlefield 2, my beloved. Yeah, no, I reinstalled that shit after the announcement. That and Empire at War. Those games are great. I love them. The First Order was fucking gay. Yeah, listen. I'm in complete agreement. Okay. I will say this much about the First Order, which is what was so great about the First Order? The edits. But I will not miss the First Order as a faction. Long live the Imperial Remnant. We will continue the fight even after Palpatine's death. Oh, okay. We are an hour and a half out from Games Workshop doing a stupid. So the First Order I drip with some of the armors. I will forgive that. Yeah, no, believe me when I say the only thing people liked about the sequel trilogy maps and Battlefront 2 was the First Order stuff. Okay. So, we are currently a little under an hour and a half from Games Workshop doing their thing. So, let's bring y'all up to speed on that. So yeah, like we were saying, they're gonna drop female custodes today. It's unavoidable. That's happening. We're just gonna be making fun of it, but in the build up, I did some posts leading up to leading up to today. You know, some polls based on some of the things we've heard about the leaks, about what's coming. So one of the things that's apparently coming is there's going to be a new Custodes character. I polled people online as to whether it's going to be either a new character no one has heard of that was apparently super important and was always there, but we have no idea who they are, or they're going to gender swap an existing character. There were 213 votes, with 65% believing they're going to drop a literally who female character in there. And they're going to talk about how important she was throughout the whole Heresy. And then we're just going to be like, who? Like that, and personally, I kind of believe that's the route they would take. Although, if they do something like make a Ra and Demian model, and then be like, oh yeah, this is Ra, this is your favorite female character, Ra and Demian, and we're gonna be like, Ra's a guy, and then they're gonna be like, oh no, Ra was always female. Read the the Horus Heresy Kai that we're releasing, and then that book retcons Ra to be female. Ra was the Custodes Tribune from Master of Mankind, for those who don't know, from the Horus Heresy. The fact he doesn't have a model, the fact he doesn't have a model leads me to believe if they're going to gender swap a character, it's going to be Ra. Read this new book that goes against everything you've read. Nah, man. No, listen. No, they're re-releasing key novels in the Horus Heresy. I guarantee they're re-releasing them as like an abridged Horus Heresy. I guarantee you, they're going to retcon parts of those books to have female custodes in it where they didn't exist prior. I guarantee that. They're going to do that. Fucking clip this right now. It will happen. I'm calling it now. When that Horus Heresy Chronicles or whatever they do release comes out, they're gonna retcon in female custodes into that version of the Horus Heresy, and then say that version was the true canon version all along. I am calling that now. They will do that. Of course, the alternative is, again, they make a new character, and this is what more people voted on. They'll make a new character and then just try to say, oh, this character was always there, you silly chud. You just didn't notice. This character did all these important things during the Heresy you never heard about. And we'll be like, what? What? Zeech, they were always there. Yeah, basically. There were always female custodes, she says, leading in, opening her third eye that glows a bright sapphire blue. The Empress of People Kind. Oh yeah, no, that reminds me of that, that reminds me of the, what do you call it? The fact they call him apparently the Emperor of Humanity now and not mankind. And they removed they removed calling Space Marines men in the They Will Be My Finest Warriors speech about the Space Marines. I'm telling you, man, female Space Marines are coming next. Listen, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. The signs are there. The one artist hit the nail on the head. You mean Mick? Yeah, Mick. The new Captain General is a chick. Wait, is that a prediction, or is that like you actually have information, Moonfail? Can you clear that up? Can you clear that up? Because, yeah. If you actually have leaks ahead of time, that'd be cool. I'd like to see them. But if you're just postulating, I don't think they would do that because, I don't think they would make the first Captain General after, what's his name? Oh fuck, why am I blanking on his name? Yeah, I don't think they'd make the first Captain General after Valdor, Constantine Valdor, a chick. This is because Valdor doesn't leave for a while. Yeah, Valdor, thank you. I just thought of it. Yeah, Valdor. I don't think they'll make I don't think they'll replace Constantine Valdor with a woman just yet, because he doesn't leave until after the Great Scour. So, yeah, he's going to be around for a while yet. There are more Sisters of Battle fans than there are female Marine tourists. I mean, yeah, but tell Games Workshop that. Tell Games Workshop that. They're literally retarded. Valor. So you're thinking of Trajan Valoris. He's the current Captain General. Just be bullshitting? Okay, yeah. I had a feeling, but, all the same, Okay, so second poll I did. What do I think? I asked people, what do they think Games Workshop is most likely to do? So, as we all saw with those, obviously female Space Marine heads they released, I firmly believe Games Workshop released those and then was like, oh no, guys, I believe they released them. They were meant to be female, and then Games Workshop was like, oh, guys, nope, they're actually men. Ha 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 ha. They're actually men. Please ignore how weirdly feminine these models, these heads are. And I realized there's a small chance Games Workshop might try to, swipe female custodes under the rug and say the obviously female heads are actually men. I put that to a poll. 55% of voters thought they'll say they're female. 44% said they'll pretend that they're male. I personally am on the side of they'll just say they're female. But if they do try to cope at if they do try to wipe it under the rug at the last second, that's going to be hilarious. I don't think they'll do it. Keeping it real with you guys, I don't think they'll do it. But it would be funny if they did. Is there a possibility they walk it back? I mean, they're obviously femboys, but no, man, they're can't say it on Twitch without getting shellacked. You know what? I'll just keep my mouth shut. I will remind everyone not to violate TOS in chat. Thank you very much. And the last poll I put out was the obvious one. New Sisters of Silence units. Do you think they're coming? Do you think they're coming? Option 1, yes, we'll get new Sisters of Silence. Option 2, of course we won't get new Sisters of Silence. Games Workshop hates them. 83 votes, 86% believe we won't get new Sisters of Silence, because you know what? I'm in agreement. I don't think we will either. We're not getting new Sisters of Silence. Why would Games Workshop build up a female faction that people actually like when they can break down a male faction that people actually like? You know? Why actually represent women when you can, like, do the Supergirl treatment to Custodes and have no one like it? But you're breaking down something masculine. The tabletop game is still fun. Nah, that's bullshit. 10th edition sucks. People like the Adeptus Custodes. Absolutely they do. Why do you think people were so mad when they, tried to put in fan fiction saying they can be women? Like, why do you think people got so upset? It's because they like the faction. Like, all the arguments for female Custodes are cope. People be like, oh, they make sense in the lore. No, they don't. The Custodes literally were only able to recruit sons. They were only able to recruit men. You don't have to elaborate on the creation process to say out loud it only works on men. Because the evidence was right there. If they could have recruited women, they would have recruited women. But they didn't. They only recruited sons. The implication is right there. People just choose not to read it. And they're like, oh, it makes the Custodes more interesting. No, it doesn't. What does it actually add? if an addition to something changes, if you're arguing that the addition to something is either an improvement with no elaboration, with no ability to elaborate how it improves it, or from a neutral position that, but it really doesn't change anything, then why are you changing it? Oh, no one cares about the Custodes. Well, first of all, if no one cares about the Custodes, then there's no point to change it. But that's also a lie, because people do like the Custodes as a faction. So yeah, you got that problem. And then, of course, you just hate women. You just hate women, you silly chud. And then, of course, it's okay, then why are we saying Sisters of Silence should get minis? Why has that been a forefront of the conversation ever since this started, that you're ignoring Sisters of Silence to put women where they don't belong? Why do we keep bringing up Sisters of Silence? Or Sisters of Battle when you keep bringing up, female Space Marines? Why do we keep, if we hate women, why are we bringing them up? There is no argument for female Custodes. There's none. And anybody who tries to argue that they can work is coping. It's that simple. They're just coping. There's nothing they can say that is a legitimate argument for female Custodes. So it's best to just tell them when they try to argue for them, no, you don't have an argument, shut up. You're wrong. It's that simple. Don't even bother arguing with them. When you try to argue lore with them, you give them legitimacy. When you try to argue lore with the people who say female Custodes can be canon, you're giving legitimacy to fanfiction, to pure fanfiction that doesn't work with Warhammer 40,000 lore. It's not like the Emperor's known to not want female super soldiers, must ask Malkador. Yeah, real. When Malkador brings up, having half the Primarchs be female in order to, and I quote, civilize their brothers. Well, first of all, the Emperor's response to that was to literally laugh out loud in Malkador's face like he's a fucking idiot. 2, it's very clear Malkador never grew up with sisters. Because believe me when I say, when you grow up with sisters, all you get is petty infighting between them and them treating you like shit. Swear to God, if half the Primarchs had been female, you would have had multiple small Horus heresies due to all the, petty catfighting between the female Primarchs. That would have been what happens. Just, Bedicus calls Martiananium, a bitch under her breath, and the next thing you know, you got two of the legions at war with each other. While the sensible male Primarchs have to go in and fix it, get them to stop fighting. That would have been the lore if half the Primarchs had been female. You think it was less him laughing in Malkador's face and more him laughing because he thinks Malkador's joking? It was both, honestly. Oh, hey. Moonfail, thank you for the $5 super chat. If the Emperor of Man found women that were compatible with Genesi of Space Marines, the Imperium would be using them as breeding stock. You know what? I've pointed that out before. If female Space Marines or Custodes existed, they would never see battle. This used to be this. I used to just say this about Space Marines, but it also equally applies to female Custodes. If they existed, they would never see battle. Ever. They would never see battle. You want to know why? Because they would be kept in stasis, and then they would only be brought out of stasis to be strapped down and used as breeding stock to easily produce more Custodes and Space Marines. They would be too risky an asset to risk in battle. Because they could be your easy shot at producing more male super soldiers. And maybe that's gross to say, but okay, guess what? The truth often isn't pretty, especially when you're dealing with a war against interdimensional enemies for mankind's soul. Like I said, it may not be pretty, but it's true. Why would the very elite group want to use a weaker base if, i.e. females? There's a reason we don't have female Navy SEALs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, okay, look, I'm going to be honest with you. No woman would survive the trials to become a Space Marine. They would all die. They would die, or they would give up and quit. If it's one of the ones where if you quit, you're allowed to leave, but no woman would survive that. There are no female special operatives in reality. Well, there's no effective ones for a very good reason. The ones, if they do exist, are there because of politics and nothing else. They did not earn their station. They are walking stolen valor because they were only put there for politics. Now imagine training that actively kills people because of how tough it is. And that would happen, that would be what would happen if, they tried to have female Space Marines. No girl would survive the training to become Space Marines. And apparently whatever they do for the Custodes is even more, has an even higher fatality rate. There's no way an infant girl is going to survive that shit, even if it was compatible. Ironically, the only reason female Death Corps hold on. I missed that message. The only reason female Death Corps members see battle at all is because of the whole artificial womb thing, since sex isn't efficient. Yeah, exactly. Demunculaba? No. Okay. Here's something a lot of people don't realize about the Demunculaba. The women they used to make the Demunculaba had no gene seed in them. They personally were not implanted with gene seed. What happened with the Demunculaba is they would inject gene seed into the womb that contained the aspirant. But the actual Demunculaba itself, was not modified with gene seed. They would like inject the gene seed into the womb, which would then go into the person who'd been stitched up inside. So no, there was no gene seed implanted in the actual women used to create the Demunculaba. So trying to say that's an example of that, gene seed can work on women. Yeah, that's a no-go right there. There was a short story where a young girl even impressed a Space Marine captain, but he had to deny her from joining because she couldn't survive the treatments. Yeah, exactly. Demunculaba was basically a mutated flesh clone factory powered by warp magic. Yeah, exactly. And and again, the women used to make it did not have the gene seed in them. They had the aspirant stitched up inside the womb cavity, and then gene seed was injected into that. But the actual gene seed was not implanted in those women because it wouldn't have taken it, would have killed them. Space Marines really suffer from a lack of proper auxiliary forces. It feels weird that they stopped using them when the Codex Astartes became a thing. Well, that's the thing. Space Marines do have chapter serfs who act as auxiliaries. They're just not allowed to use them outside of manning the fleet and helping defend fortress monasteries. And once again, Ultramar is the one exception because they still have the Ultramar Auxilia. Man, I remember some people trying to tell me, call me a tourist because I said the Ultramar Auxilia was a guard regiment. They are a guard regiment. They're Ultramar's personal Imperial Guard regiment. And of course, it's Gilliman, so he gets all the fancy stuff on top of, his own little sub-kingdom. He also gets his own, private private Imperial Guard military with its own private Navy elements, you know, despite the Codex of Stardust saying can't have those things. He's the epitome of, behold, my stuff, the Primarch. About the ChatGPT theory, I asked him to create an explanation of what the Terminus Decree could be based on information prior to 10th edition, and the result was almost identical to what GW did. Yeah, no, really, listen, as far as I'm concerned, Games Workshop is not beating the ChatGPT allegations. They're never beating them. You remember the Twitter kerfluffle about it? Yeah, no, I remember there was a bunch of people saying, a bunch of people calling me a tourist for saying, the Ultramar Auxilia are an Imperial Guard regiment. They're an Imperial Guard regiment. That is what they are. That is what they are. They're not a planetary defense force. They go out to other planets in Ultramar and fight there. They are an Imperial Guard regiment. Anyone remember those female Space Marine advocates pitching a fit when the Eldar were forced to mine planets instead of generating their own material? I remember. Oh yeah, of course, McGinnis. Then suddenly the lore matters. Biggest black pill for 11th. The Guard gets squatted to become auxiliary for Space Marine armies because really Guard always fight with Marines, lol. Mac, but don't give him ideas. Please don't give him ideas. I could see that happen, though. I feel like 11th is going to be an absolute mess. If not in terms of rules, then in terms of slop lore. You feel like the Emperor letting Gilliman get away with the whole Ultramar thing, specifically because that's what he wanted his sons to do? 4 mini empires to make the Imperiums running easier. I mean, potentially, yeah. 11th is that one split roads meme. Nah, man. The 40K community is balkanized along way more lines than that, believe me. The balkanization is, like, really bad now. Like, you've got the, what do you call it, things. You've got the 3rd to 7th people, the 3rd to 10th people, the 10 plus people, the tourists. You've got the sorry. What do you call it? You've got the people in the Horse Heresy dividing between, Era of Ruin and what do you call it? Era of Ruin and Ashes of the Imperium. Actually, hold on. I'm looking something up real quick I'll continue reading chat. Traitor Guard with Chaos Space Marines are expected to use your guard as chaff and Marines as the main infantry in an army of the Imperium Codex. Yeah, no, listen, I will say straight up, GW are just cowards for the whole fact they won't release, say, a Traitor Guard army. Like, holy shit, Just, we want to see it happen. We want to see fucking, we want to see Traitor Guard get, we want to see Traitor Guard, as a thing on tabletop again. They were a thing on tabletop. Like, fucking hell. Just release them on tape. Just release them as an army. But no, that would make too much sense. Can't have that. Swear to God. Traitor Guard Army Book models with Beastmen mutants would be amazing to see. Yeah, Games Workshop will never do it. It's what customers want. They're too busy trying to feminize all the explicitly masculine factions. So yeah, you can't have that. Man, where did I'm looking for this one post. I want to post some shit. But I'm trying to find okay. Okay. So I want to set the record straight on stuff before the reveals, okay? Because we got an hour left before the reveals, right? So I want to post some stuff, I want to post some stuff that I believe people need to see before we do the reveals. Because this is a reminder for everyone, because I've had people say, Bohemond, for a year you were saying female custodes were retconned. Why did you keep saying that? Why did you lie to people? I wasn't lying to people. They retconned them back out. Reminder, everyone. This is from the Ultimate Guide. This is from the Ultimate Guide, where let's see. This was the one where, right. Where they refer to custodians as a brotherhood, a very specific term, meaning a group of men, a organized group of men, and an organized exclusive group of men, a brotherhood. And then here from the Ultimate Guide, let's find it. As custodians accumulate victories, they are awarded a name to commemorate each one, though these are kept secret from those outside the Legion. And in public, a custodian will continue to use the name granted to him upon his investiture. This was from late 2024, all right? So a year ago. Like basically this came out about a year ago. Then in Carrion Lord of the Imperium, Carrion Lord of the Imperium, short story, before, but it was the short story compilation set after, the End and the Death. It was kind of like, the epilogue book to the Horus Heresy. You had this scene with Diocletian referring to, it's the top sentence on the bottommost paragraph, referring to the talents of the Emperor as his brothers and sisters, capital S. Sisters as in sisters of silence. Not sisters as in custodes. Brothers. Masculine wording. Masculine terminology. The custodes are men. And then on top of this, the book goes into the story, Carrion Lord of the Imperium, goes into how the custodes and the Sisters of Silence are basically like battle buddies in a way that, really can't be quantified. How much they are like literally like siblings. Like each custode has a Sister of Silence who's like a true sister to him, And it's always all of them mentioned are a man and a woman. It is emphasized how they are men in the custodes and women in the Sisters of Silence. There are no women in the custodes. The only mention of women in Talons of the Emperor. Oh, and Damien, thank you for chatting up. I almost forgot. Yeah, go follow Damien. Go give him a follow. He is also an up-and-coming VTuber. He's cool people. But it is emphasized how the in the Talents of the Emperor, the only women are either mortals who assist the Talons or the Sisters of Silence. It is emphasized in the story. Then, just be aware I have spicy mods for Marvel Rivals. You'll see stuff. That dude, that's cool. I don't mind. But it's like it is emphasized. Like that is emphasized in the story. How the Custodes are men. The Sisters of Silence are women. That is the gender binary between the two factions. And again, this book was part of a year of Custodes content that had no women whatsoever. In the Silent King, all the Custodes are male. They released no female Custodes at all. All the Custodes in Tacticus that when it came out were generic. Like, utterly generic characters, except for Trajan Valoris, who we knew was a man. But all those generic Custodes were men. The Joy Toy figures were all male. And then just 2 months ago, they dropped a Tirith into Tacticus. I'm gonna try and hunt down screen caps. I'm gonna see if I can hunt down the screen caps. Because I don't think I have the screen caps on me still. Unfortunately, I might search Twitter for it. But yeah, we literally a year saying, oh, the female Custodes thing is gone. The female Custodes thing is gone. And then all of a sudden in the last 2 months, they fucking dropped this shit. I found it, guys. Hold on. Let's get this up over here. Here it is. So they released so this was like in November, right? They released Tirith and Tacticus, and some people noticed some funny shit about some of the localizations. We're gonna zoom in as close as we can to this. In Eastern European and Middle Eastern localization, Tirith is a guy. Yeah. How are we supposed to accept that this is canon if, depending on the localization, it doesn't even exist? Funny how that goes. Yeah, real. Honestly, this is the Games Workshop equivalent of the Bridget thing, where Bridget from Guilty Gear, I call it Strive. It's not a Guilty Gear game, but how Bridget from Strive is in the English version of Strive is apparently a trans woman. But then in the home country where Guilty Gear is from, Japan, Bridget is still a femboy. And the Japanese legitimately had no idea there was a retcon because in Japan it didn't exist. And they only found out about it through weirdos on Twitter getting all obsessive about, saying, weirdos on Twitter saying they were lifelong Guilty Gear fans when they hadn't heard of it before the week the Bridget DLC dropped. And the Japanese were just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Bridget's a femboy. And then they were like, and then all the Western weirdos who legit did, who like, you know, whose only experience with Guilty Gear was, you know, a retcon via localization version that said Bridget was a trans girl, are all like, what are you talking about? You're just transphobic. And it's like, no, they're not. They're going by the fact that everything they've experienced has said the contrary of what you're experiencing, because your version has been, you know, warped in the localization. That is literally what's going on with Tirith right now, but it's like, it's the opposite. In other languages, Tirith is a guy. So how are we supposed to take this retcon seriously if even GW won't? This actually makes me kind of curious if there's any, like, you know, Poland, well, wait, hold on. I think GW doesn't sell to Ukraine anymore. Because they couldn't curb the piracy in Ukraine, so they just stopped selling to them. Bridget was your first exposure to femboys. I had no idea. A lot of people didn't way back then, when Bridget was first introduced to Guilty Gear, like way back in the day. Aku, believe me, I was one of them. But yeah, no. This actually kind of makes me wonder, you know, if I should go hunting down some, you know, Poland, Ukrainian or Russian Warhammer fans, and or you know, Middle Eastern Warhammer fans like Saudi Arabia. See what their you know, localizations of things like the tithes or upcoming rule books are like. This actually makes me wonder, like, is trying to cover it up by saying the female custodes don't exist in those markets? Is that a thing that's only just started, or was it like that from the beginning? Like, yeah, this showed up, but it's like, how deep does it go? I honestly wonder, like, how much are they trying to cover up the existence of female custodes in other markets? I don't know. I'm doing me a thinkle right now. I'm doing me a thinkle. I'm wondering, is this actually something like is this the path they're going to take now? I don't think, because the only other evidence that GW is still sticking with this is Ashes of the Imperium. I don't think it's been localized outside of English yet. I don't think it has been, because if it has been, in other countries, I would actually want to, you know, check that out. Like, ask people who can speak those languages, you know. Actually, hold on, let me look. Let me check the Black Library site. Black. No, it is only available in English. So, hold on, let me bring up the page. There it is. It's only available in English. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's, we won't know for a while yet. Just like when Disney made Finn's picture smaller for the poster in China. I remember that. They're all about diversity and inclusion, but not when they're trying to get that fucking China money. Did they release them or not? No, they haven't done the reveals yet. That's at 2:30. We're yapping until 2:30 when it starts. Bridget embraces his femininity if you get the bad ending of his story. Yeah, that too. Like, and that's the thing too about Strive. Nothing in Strive says that Bridget is a trans girl. Like, nothing does. Like, the only thing they can, you know, the only thing that affirms it for them is if you get Bridget's, like, you know, bad ending, like, maximum heart loss ending of his campaign, where he says, where he just kind of accepts what his village labeled him because he's lost all of his confidence from continuously losing. Which says a lot about the people who claim Bridget is a girl and that the game says it itself because they're shit at Guilty Gear and can't even beat the campaign. They removed the lesbian kiss from China 2, diversity or money. Okay. The first gay characters in Star Wars will always be funny to me because, they focused on the lesbian kiss for 2 seconds and then focused on the slug for like 10. Like the slug got the slug got more screen time than the first lesbian kiss in Star Wars. I should look at Chris from King of Fighters 2002. I feel like I know who you're talking about. I feel like I know what character you're talking about. Oh, okay. Yeah, wood. That's all I'll say. Wood. Slug. You don't. Okay, hold on. Okay. You've probably seen this meme lying around. You've probably seen this what do you call it? This meme going around. So you had the first lesbian kiss in Star Wars. It focuses on them for like 2 seconds. Then the camera pans over to this slug alien, and focuses on it for like 5 to 6 seconds. The slug alien got more screen time than the first lesbian kiss in Star Wars. It's actually hilarious. Like, it's so fucking performative. It really is. All this shit has been so performative. And that's the funny part, like, as somebody who abandoned...
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
Hey, Death Guard, how you doing?
Space!
How you doing? What was that, hold on. The best crash out of the so-called fans of the woke fans of Bridget, being told the story of Bridget and being forced to confront that the ending of Bridget was a bad one. Yeah, no, really. No. Everything that confirms for them that Bridget is trans is a bad ending. And then, the creator saying in interviews that Bridget is trans, but one, interviews aren't canon. Two, it would not surprise me if that was maliciously mistranslated, because of course. Is that a dick? No, it's a slug. It's a live slug reaction, obviously. Obviously, it's a live slug reaction. Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, it's like, so yeah, but my main point, because I got sidetracked there. But yeah, no, all this diversity and inclusion shit was so performative. And I could tell it was performative all the way through. Like, I abandoned the LGBT community decades ago, like actual decades ago. I knew the crazies, the crazies were running the carnival, or the crazies were running the nut house. And I could tell all this shit was performative. I still remember being told, Oh, hey, now, hey, we're gonna have the first gay couple in Star Wars, and now gay people can enjoy Star Wars too. It's like, I've been enjoying Star Wars since 1997. J.J. Abrams, how about you go fuck yourself? I didn't need no gay kiss in Star Wars to like Star Wars. Quit thinking I'm that much of a sociopath, you fucking Hollywood piece of shit. Go back to fucking diddling kids on Epstein's Island. So you can all be gathered there and we can just drop a bomb on it. A nuclear bomb, preferably. You actually found a really good video on the whole Bridget debacle. Yeah, there's a couple out there. The one detective girl in Persona 4 whose character arc revolves around the glass ceiling and people thinking it's about her being trans. Yeah. Well, okay, here's something a lot of trans people don't want to hear. It's something a lot of them don't want to hear, but it's a hard truth. 95% of their supposed trans rep are femboy and tomboy characters who have been altered in the localization, but not in the actual canon. It's true. It's true. Fully 95% of their trans rep in anime are that. There are trans characters in anime, don't get me wrong. But it's none of the popular ones you've been told are actually trans. J.J. Abrams is the biggest Hollywood hack. I'm so glad his career imploded. It deserved to implode. He was not a good director. The context was that he gave up trying to convince them he's a dude. Yeah, basically. He gave up. Like Bridget gave up. That's his bad ending. He just gave up. And he gave up, accepted the fact that, accepted the idea of the village being all like, you have to be a girl. It's the only thing you can be. And it's like, he gave up, pursuing his dream of being his own man. It's a bad ending. And in the good ending, he resolves to keep fighting. And by the way, let me just say this, the hilarity of the fact that, in the Bridget's bad ending, he's gaslit into thinking he's a girl by a federal agent whose last name is Dickinson. What did Arc System Works mean by this? Okay. The retards attached to Yamato. Yeah, no, seriously. Don't get me started on fucking Yamato from One Piece, where the creator has said openly Yamato is a woman, and all the fucking weirdos and anime tourists are like, no. You see that so much nowadays. There'll be a femboy character or a tomboy character, and then the creator will write directly into the story that the character is male, or say outright the character is male, and all the weirdos will be like, no. Like we just had that recently with a character from fucking Jujutsu Kaisen. We said a character recently from that who is a femboy character who the weirdos like, nuh-uh, she's a proud trans girl, when the story itself says the character is a male. Like, good. I get you want representation. The fact you're forcing it onto femboy and tomboy characters is really creepy. It is incredibly creepy. Like seriously, just stop it. Stop it. It comes off as sexually predatory, okay? It comes off as sexual predation. Stop it. Knew J.J. Abrams was a hard director from the Star Trek movies where he blew up Vulcan, but learning the hack tried to blow up Coruscant and he was shot down and given basically Coruscant Mini to get blown up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember that, Kronos. He wanted to blow up Coruscant because he hated the prequels. Never mind that Coruscant existed before the prequels. It was just first on film in the prequels. Okay. We are inside a half hour to go time for the GW stream. I should probably look for GW's Twitch channel. Get our ass onto there. Aha, there it be. All right. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me clean this up a bit. Shit, I closed it. God damn it. Okay. Hold up, everyone. Hold up. I did a stupid. You can stare at live slug reaction a little longer. There we go. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna leave this up and muted for now. While hold on, I gotta keep the slug in the corner of the stream. No. We'll leave the slug out for now. Did I see Cullen McGinnis and releasing a new Warhammer song today? No, I didn't. What kind of song, actually? Like what did he release? Wait, do you guys want the slug back? Do you want the slug back? You guys want the slug back? Fuck it, we'll bring the slug back. Hold on. We'll bring the slug back. Hold on. It's gonna take me a moment. All right, there we go. Okay, hold on, everyone. I gotta work some. I gotta work some magic on my Gotta work a little bit of magic here. One moment. There we go. Slug is back, everyone. We'll have Slug here to, react to whatever bullshit happens when it goes down. Mato doesn't even want to be male. She wants to be a specific guy, i.e., Kozuki Oden. She's literally the personification of the father stereotype of I wanted a son but got a daughter, so I'll just pretend really hard you were a boy. Ignoring the fact that it's just as bad as Bridget's bad ending. Yeah, like, who the actual fuck thinks that's a good thing to be? Don't let your child be what they want to be. Have your child be what you force them to be. Oh, what? You had twin boys, and having twins of the same gender is a bad omen among your village. Oh, just gaslight one of them into thinking they're a girl. Dress them up like a girl. Let them have no identity of their own. Only the one you impose upon them. That's healthy. That's mentally healthy. Never mind the fact that the whole, Bridget's whole story is trying to get over the abuse he suffered at the hands of his family. And the fact that he feels obliged to live the way they told him to because he doesn't want to bring misfortune upon them. But ultimately, he has to, go out and assert who he really is as a person to be his own person. Forget that. A federal agent with the last name Dickens' son told him, oh, you're actually a girl, because the guy's too fucking stupid to recognize otherwise, despite Bridget's entire repeat insistence that he's a boy. So he just finally gives up and agrees to be a girl. Yeah, totally. Great rep there. Absolutely stellar rep. Stellar trans rep right there. Okay, Super Jesse, I'm gonna stop you right there because I know, and I'm friends with a lot of legitimately cool trans people who are as sick of this shit as I am and just want to exist and are tired of this weird activism bullshit that really is just campaigning for special rights. And I know how that feels because I felt that way about the gay rights movement well before the trans rights movement became a thing. How I was saying to them, hey guys, you're being really weird about this now. We got gay marriage. It's all good. We can stop now. Now you're just asking for special rights. And I was told, no, you're not really gay, Bohemond. You're a bigot. And I'm like, no, I just think you're pushing it too far and maybe you should stop, or all the people you finally got to accept us are going to start, getting all mad at us and start hating us. And they were like, well, then they're bigots too, and we'll just silence them. And I'm like, okay, y'all are fucking crazy then. I'm out. And guess what? Guess what happened, guys? I was right. I was fucking right. And then guess what happened? It's repeated itself again. Because guess what? It turns out when you get what you want and then keep pushing, not for equality, but for special privileges, everyone starts to hate you. LGBT acceptance is like fucking down, and there's nobody to thank for it but the LGBT rights movement. Because they kept pushing for special rights, special privileges, when they had their equality. And I legitimately feel bad for like the trans people who just want to be like blend in and be normal and just be a part of society. Because now because they catch flack from all the fucking weirdos who kept pushing all this bullshit and getting people mad. Like, they catch flack from them. And I feel bad for them for that. I really do. Yeah, no, I agree to that. The people pushing that shit on minors should be thrown in prison. They should be thrown in prison because, yeah. You don't involve minors in anything sexual. You don't. Not even education. Not even education. Like, you do not talk to them about that. You don't bring it up. You don't bring it up. If they try to talk about it, if they try to ask what it's about, you turn them away from it. You don't let them get exposed to that. You don't. None of it. Not a drop. When they turn 18, they can learn about the birds and the bees from their parents. But you do not involve minors in that shit. Oh, man, I'm sorry. Until the Games Workshop actually starts the stream, there's not much to talk about. I got the time on this right. Yeah, it's happening at 2:30. Is it happening at 2:30? I'm gonna check their website. Yeah, 26 minutes. The ticker is at 26 minutes. Yeah, we got a half hour. We got a little under a half hour of yap time to fill before I turn the volume back on, and yeah, instead we can watch this we'll just watch who is this? Emperor's Children versus Zeech Demons. Okay, Loss. Loss. You're getting okay, Loss. You're out of line now. Stow that shit. They're late. Listen, Loss. I will say straight up, pansexuality is just bisexuality that for people that didn't feel oppressed enough. But seriously, dude, none of that. None of that shit. All right. What do I like more, the Rogel Dorn or the Lehman Russ tank? They're both cool. I think they're both cool. Listen, I like the Rogel Dorn just because it's... Hold on. Thank you for the bits, Nasko Nikolov. Have you played Conan Exiles or Pal World? I've played I played Conan Exiles a little bit. I have a very little bit. I have not played Pal World. I played a ton of Dune Awakening though, which was by the Conan Exiles devs. I've currently shelved Dune Awakening until such time as they decide to fix it, because there's basically no end game, and there hasn't been end game for a while. I heard they want to patch in end game content now, like end game, dungeons and stuff, and I really hope they do. I've shelved it until then, though. Hey, McGinnis, I said stow that shit. Stow that shit, okay? This is my second warning. Stow that shit. You like the Rogaldorn tank because of a hole beneath it so you can store snacks. Yeah, that's true. The secret Rogaldorn snack compartment. But yeah, like I was saying, one of the things I like about the Rogaldorn is it's just a Sherman Firefly. It's just the Sherman Firefly, but but 40K. Hold on. Well, let me see if I can find that meme. One moment, because it's fucking funny. Okay, there's that. Okay, real quick, everyone. Just gonna look up. Okay. So this is the. Oh, let me get the other meme now. Hold on. So this is the infamous Sherman Firefly meme. This is the infamous Sherman Firefly meme. If you've never seen this, it's the 17-pounder won't fit. Put it in sideways. The radio won't fit. Cut a hole and have it stick out the back. The engine's no good. Get 5 car engines and put them together. Yeah, that's the infamous Sherman Firefly meme. And when the Rogaldorn came out, somebody made this meme. My lord, the anti-tank cannon won't fit. Put it in sideways. The Voxcaster won't fit. Cut a hole and have it stick out to the right. There's no place for the gunner inside. Put him behind. It's like I'm saying, the Rogaldorn battle tank is just the Sherman Firefly. Remember the Firefly had critical to its specs to also make a place to make tea? Yeah, no, of course it's gonna have a place to make tea. It's the British. Like the British IFVs have a tea maker in them. Chad Gunner though, yeah, no, real. The Gunner's just doing the Audie Murphy thing, standing on top of the tank, just firing the 50 cal, holding the line, What does that make the Lehman Russ a normal Sherman? Honestly, I'm trying to think of what tank they would have patterned the original Lehman Russ off of. Like, it's very clear where, like, they're patterned more off a design aesthetic, and in the case of the Lehman Russ, that is World War II. Just like the Land Raiders based on World War I British tanks and stuff like that. A lot of the Forge World Krieg stuff and Krieg and Braxian militia stuff was based off World War I. Stuff like that. In the words of Yeah, I know, I am positive. In the words of Conflict 47, they may have monsters, but a 50 cal is a 50 cal. Yeah, exactly. Oh, shit. I don't know if I should have this advertisement playing. Fuck, all right. Okay. Quora poster going crying soy jack when they realize not a single Weirmock soldier can beat Audi Murphy. No, really. No, like legit. Bro was like a little like a sub 6 foot skinny as hell manlet, and was actually just Doom guy in World War II. Is why I use Tamper Monkey, no ads. Yeah, I've got way too many people I want, way too many fellow VTubers who I respect, who I follow on Twitch, or who I even though if it's just a couple of cents, I want them to get that ad money, Foxhole Airborne trailer finally dropped. Hey, remind me to take a look at that. I've got Foxhole installed. I just don't have. I've just actually never. I've got Foxhole. I own it. I've just never played it. Lehman Russ is a World War I airship, a land ship with a turret. Kinda. It kinda is. A little bit, yeah. One moment, everyone. Audi was based. Audi Murphy was based. There ain't never going to be another like him. Guy, wait, wait, hold on. That one Spec Ops guy with he's like the dorky looking dude with the glasses. People like to post with people talking shit about America. He's based. We are not sponsored by Subway, Jared, and YouTube. We are not sponsored by Subway. Listen, no one would let me be their spot. No one would. Hey, Chonka, how you doing? Listen, no one's ever gonna sponsor me. I'm a brand risk. Here on lunch break? Hey, welcome, dude. Mike Vinning, yeah. Nah, man. Okay, here we go. One moment. Turn the transmission back on. He's going on unsubscribed. Oh, nice. Fuck your ears. That's my that's my Godzilla jump scare redeem over on Twitch. Chonka likes to hit me with that. Are femstones real? They have not done the reveals yet, Chonka. I would not be surprised if they led with them. So we'll probably find out soon enough whether they're, real or not. Most countries who don't do goofy gimmicks with their special forces troops will have scary motherfuckers. Hey, speaking of special forces troops, how about the Cuban Spec Ops guys who came home in like little boxes? The ones who were guarding Maduro. Like they legit came home in little boxes. Let me find that real quick while we're waiting for the stream to start. I responded to that yesterday. Where is that? Right here. Like, look at that. What the fuck did we shoot them with? There's nothing left. There's nothing left of those motherfuckers. They had to check the ashes for bottle caps. Well, I mean, listen. If the reports that If the reports that we were using directed energy weapons during the raid are true, probably. We probably legit hit them motherfuckers with the, the Space Marine plasma gun, and there ain't enough left. There was barely enough left to send home. Maybe that's their gear. No, this is the burials. This is the burials. Was Delta, what was Delta Force armed with? Fucking rail guns, plasma guns, melter rifles. What were they carrying? The VAT special. Yeah. You won't hear that much because my work Wi-Fi is so bad I could probably get a better signal in the damn warp. I'm gonna say I hope femstones are not real. I want Rogel and Jagatai Khan back. Yeah, I don't want them to be real too. I'm just kind of giving up to the inevitable that's gonna happen. Alien blaster moment. Yeah. They hit him with the Wazer rifle. Yeah, that they did. Plasma guns from Fallout. Sonic weapons. Probably. Sonic weapons hitting that weird android bitch from Raised by Wolves where you just turn into a splatter of, turn into a pink splatter the moment it hits you. Still though, what happened to them? Okay. If I'm being completely realistic, they probably burned the bodies in Venezuela and these are the ashes. That's what probably happened, but the idea that Delta Force was carrying fucking railguns and plasma guns and power armor and shit is just too funny not to joke about. Unless they actually were, and they'll just never show us because it's classified information. Trump speaking of Delta Force before the op. Set phasers to disintegrate. The best setting. Nothing better than disintegration. No cleanup. It's so clean. People tell me. Yeah, exactly. It's like Trump talking to Delta Force like it's the bounty hunters and Empire Strikes Back. Now listen here, I want Maduro alive, but his bodyguards, they're expendable. Full disintegrations. I want them all disintegrated. They're bad hombres and we gotta disintegrate them, but I want Maduro alive. All right, let's switch back to this. Oh, here we go. It's starting soon now. What's the delay of the stream currently? 6 seconds? That's acceptable. Imagine it being some Cuban merc and you just hear loud stomping and ad victoriam. And you're about to experience the longest, shortest day of your life. You ain't coming home to your wife and kids. You're gonna be literally turned to mulch. You're excited, not sure why, I'll probably be disappointed. We're all gonna be disappointed, man. We're all gonna be disappointed. Seriously, we're all gonna be disappointed. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's add one more image to the collection. We gotta represent the people who actually want female custodes on screen. So here. Pigs enjoying slop. Your thoughts on Janovich's video on Trench Crusade? It killed Trench Crusade. It legitimately killed Trench Crusade. All of Trench Crusade's fuck-ups just laid bare in a single video. Trench Crusade is dead. It's gone. It's done. It's not recovering. The real disappointment were the friends we made along the way. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, because this will absolutely permanently divide the Warhammer fandom along ideological lines. So, Unironically, we're gonna start finding friends in what part of Warhammer we accept as canon. Do I play Call to Arms Ostfront? I don't own it, no, I've never played it. It looks interesting, I've just never played it. Trench Crusade equals shit, yeah it does. To quote Obi-Wan in Trench Crusade, you have done that to yourself. Yeah, exactly. You see, the only good thing about Trench Crusade was the minis, but then again, Trench Crusade barely made any minis. I mean, you can't really even say the minis are good with all the resin traps and the ridiculous pricing and the low dollar value per box. Insert Stone Toss Tug of War meme. Yeah. Yeah. I find it funny how Warlord and Corvus Belli didn't have to tout, we are not like let me turn that down a bit. Didn't have to tout, we are not like GW, and they are extremely popular by normal growth compared to the Trench Crusade guys. Yeah, no, really, they're actually taking off. Met some guys at your local GW store that don't like you and say you don't know the lore but agree with everything I say. Hey, no, listen, Jared. They get mad at me. They get mad at me. They call me a tourist. They call me a grifter. But you know what they never do? They never tell me I'm wrong. We are not GW, but we'll sure as heck act like them. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Trench Crusade creators legit on a trying to speed run any percent no glitch. The GW is a shit company, competition. Like I posted in tabletop video discussion in Discord on this tabletop models from Raging Heroes, which are spicy but fit Warhammer pretty well. Yeah, I've seen their stuff. Honestly, their stuff works better for like, say, Slanesh Demons and Dark Eldar, but I don't really think it fits aesthetically with anything else. And mostly the Slanesh Demons, because they do the classic sexy Slanesh Demons the way they should be. And not that weird, ugly androgynous crab creature shit like they do nowadays. New record, you guess? Yeah. Again, your biases with GW and them helping my local game store not die, but at least Games Workshop will let me know. They will slap me if I fuck up and not be filled with half promises. Yeah, no, they really did just lie. The Trench Crusade guys did just lie from beginning to end. Hello, Lumo. How you doing? Welcome to chat. And listen, I too am excited to watch them throw a match on the lit gasoline fill. Throw a match on the gasoline filled dumpster that is what used to be Warhammer 40,000. Hi, Salt. How you doing? They most likely put the femstodes at the end of the stream. I feel like if they front end the stream, actually, hold up. I want to catch this on video. One moment. There we go. I'm watching chat. I have chat exposed because I want to see people's reaction. There was no garbage in this dumpster. It's all just gasoline now. No. That's not true because gasoline serves a purpose. Obnoxious retcons don't. I've seen Gavin Blake's Batman stuff. No, I haven't. I'm not much of a comic book guy. Mostly because Western comic books are trash and they don't really offer anything culturally anymore. I think in the future we'll have people talking about these times like a veteran does of a war. Oh, I remember those dark times, the times of the femstones and the woke wars. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. People already do that with other settings. Games Workshop will henceforth be called Games Slop Shop now because of the idiocy. That's a fitting name, actually. Games Slop Shop. Wow, we got like 4 minutes before it starts. The Femstones War, I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago. Yeah. I'm gonna be talking to some kid getting into fucking Warhammer, like, 10 years from now. It's like, I was there, Jimmy. I was there 10 years ago. I was there when the strength of the lore failed. It's a guy on YouTube who does Batman shorts with him making fun of the fact Batman beats criminals with an image of his life. I mean, listen, I've never had a problem with Batman beating criminals with an inch of their life because criminals should be beaten within an inch of their life. It's that simple. I already do that, you hag. Listen, I'm not a hag. I can't be a hag because I'm not a woman. What the fuck would you call a male hag? A codger. I'm a codger. A male hag is just a codger, so I'm a codger. Okay. Oh, just to see a little bit. Taurus be like, Femstones were promised to us 3 editions ago. Yeah, well, Taurus don't have a right to opinions, so, like, yeah. We out here making new terms. No, codger's not a new term. It's an actual term. Look it up. Look it up. Asmongold equals male hag. Yeah, Asmongold's a codger, and I say that appreciatively. I don't say that negatively. Japan are pretty much going to dominate media across the board for decades now, considering their commitment to freedom of expression. Real. Listen, even with American media now fighting to recover, it's going to be bad for them. Japan is going to dominate for a long time. Ruining your favorite setting was promised to us 9 editions ago. Yeah. The male opposite of a hag is an ogre? Wait, really? Is it? Hold on, I'm looking this up. Turn up phone, you're drunk. Male version of a hag. The terms codger and curmudgeon reflect similar stereotypes of older men. It says codger or curmudgeon, but I think codger sounds better. Dodgers doing wonders with the Hololive collab. Yeah, I remember that. Unironically based move by the Dodgers. Any updates on Gundam Assemble? Just that it's going to release proper this year. How do you spell curmudgeon? Okay, I'll spell them in chat. Hold on, I'm getting, wait, hold on. There you go for you guys in chat. That's how you spell codger and curmudgeon. I'm more a fan of codger though. It rolls off the tongue better. You know, it's nice, short, sweet, to the point. Fuck you, autism. You're a twank. You're a twank. You're a twank and a bottom. You got no right talking down to me. You'd probably have to be looking up at me to say those things. I don't want to hear it from you.
Hello, everybody.
Do you think they'll tease the Warhammer TV series? Absolutely not. They have no plan on that. I'd be surprised if we even get it at this point. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we've got some very cool Warhammer reveals for you on the way in this preview. We have some Warhammer 40,000, some Warhammer Age of Sigmar, a little bit of Horus Heresy, some new animation to have a look at, and some Blood Bowl. So it is a packed preview with a little bit of something from every corner of Warhammer.
Fantastic. We're joined by loads of you already in the chat on both.
That's
YouTube
only like,
and on Twitch.
okay,
Thank you for
okay.
coming and spending some time with us.
Immediately
We're
they're
gonna
like packed preview, but it's only three things, like three things and a TV show. That's like,
just punching into the chat.
right, 4 things in a TV show.
Some people monitoring the questions and making sure that Eddie and I get fed the right information. So let us know where you're tuning in.
All right, guys, brace yourself. This is gonna be cringe when they reveal the female Custodes.
I have been doing some hobby. Here is my latest offerings. I've been doing an Angels of Death kill team for kill team, and I've dark angels them up. You can see because they come in blue plastic, and I've been adding bits from my pretty extensive.
Is that loud enough for you guys over on YouTube and Twitch?
Now they're a bit more advanced. They're all undercoated, and a couple of them are base coated.
Like, can you hear what they're saying?
Well, yeah, I've not played as much kill team as I'd like, and this is my endeavour to get like properly into it.
We'll have to have a game when you've got them all ready.
Yeah, I imagine you'll beat me up, but that'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll have fun. We'll be fun times.
That's the main thing, right? What about you, Eddie?
Well, I've been painting an even better.
Volume up a bit. I'll put it up a little bit. Yeah.
Top 2, I'd give you that.
Well, and I've just been painting dreadnoughts mostly.
I don't want to put it too loud so I can hear myself think.
Are these for anything?
They are for a team event for Warhammer 40,000, and my contribution to.
Okay, DFW Dwegham. Welcome to the chat, dude. Can't hear them? Yeah, I turned it up a little bit.
I could find for my great company.
Well, perfect. So it'd be nice to just get a sense of where you're all tuning in from. We're seeing we've got people.
Game Slop Shop, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory in real time. Yeah,
so welcome.
Real. That's what we're in for.
Here in Nottingham. And a couple.
Thanks for covering this. No problem. Because all the other people covering it, I believe, are going to be way too apologetic about it. They're not going to offer criticism at all. Personally, I prefer my older, my cynical old man style of reporting this stuff.
Why not drop onto those handles and join in the conversation in your own language if you like? Yeah. Perfect. One of the things that we'll be doing, I mentioned previously, is we'll be keeping an eye on Twitch stream. If you want to ask a question, type the word question in block caps and then write your question afterwards, and we'll try and filter through and cover some questions about the things that we're showing to make sure that you get the answers that you need.
Yeah, we'll try and tell you all the important stuff, but there might be some things that you really, really, really want to know, and if anything like that, pop in the question.
Yeah, I would suggest keeping it about the releases.
Oh yeah, not just generally, not just like, you know.
Why on earth would people subscribe to this?
Specifically about Warhammer.
Yeah, there's only so much time in the world, right? We reckon we'll be here probably for the next hour and a quarter or so. It just depends how fast we talk. And how much stuff there is to show, and there is a lot. We've already told people what we're going to show. We've already done the introductions. People know how to ask questions. I think it might be time to go to our first reveal. Let's go to the grim darkness of the Dark Millennium.
Okay. Okay, I already know what this is going to be. Red Corsairs and Eldar Corsairs. Why have they made Warhammer shit? Because they don't know what they're doing. That's why. So yeah, everyone saw this coming.
What What a way to
Eldar
get
Corsairs and
incredible
Red
features
Corsairs.
around the Maelstrom. Eddie, how do we even start with this?
This is a fairly sizable release for Warhammer 40,000, and 2 armies are getting a lot of new plastic miniatures. Chaos Space Marines and the forces of the Eldari. If we start on the diabolically heretical side of things, this is Huron Blackheart and the Masters of the Maelstrom.
I'll admit, they're good
Huron
models.
Blackheart was on his way. We suspected there might have been some other Corsair-looking things along with him, but we can now reveal that he is on his way as part of a character box set, not unlike the Titus box set we saw released over recent weeks.
Deliberately releasing all the models in one box in order to charge you as much as possible.
We've seen this guy before a little bit, but just a reminder for those of you who might not have seen him already.
It's always nice to look at the Tyrant of Adab, the master of the Red Corsairs. There he is with his little demonic helper, the Hammer Dryer, and he's showing what happens when you go on the wrong side of a melter-gun, signed courtesy of Captain Andocles of the Star Phantoms chapter. Yeah, he doesn't come alone, as you mentioned. There is a swathe of interesting characters in his retinue. Why don't we take a look at some of those? First,
All he needs is the tongue hanging out.
Geryon, the Corpse Master. He's the Lord Apothecary of the Red Corsairs. He was the apothecary in the Astral Claws, the chapter that was. And he was part of Huron's machinations to...
I love that goofy-ass face on him.
play about with their gene seed and evade the gene seed tie.
Like, you know, it's like, he's got the look on his face like, you know, me when I see an M&M on the floor. I don't know how long it's been there, but I'm hungry.
So some fun stuff about how he plays in games. Obviously, he is kind of not really got the best interest at heart of the Red Corsairs that he battles alongside. You can see a Red Corsair on the base there, probably
clutching the apron awkwardly.
Yeah, he's not going to get the medical attention that he's particularly looking for. He has a special rule basically where if a Red Corsair unit near him is at half strength, he can have a command point because he's harvesting the gene seed and that's what he's looking for. He can also bring models back into the unit that he is in. So Huron and his...
Oh, so he's just an apothecary. Okay.
Not the battlefield medic that the Red Corsairs might want, but definitely the one they deserve. Next up in line is Qatar Garrix, who is the headsman of the Red Corsairs. This is Huron Blackheart's personal executioner, and he comes appropriately enough from the Executioner's chapter, one of those chapters swept up in the 4th Quadrant Rebellion and part of the Badab War. He signed on permanently.
Grabbed by the globules? Yeah, real.
The events of that, and now serves as kind of
Slurp his
like
globules out.
A warning to any Red Corsairs that might want to step out of line. His presence
Okay, he's
on
cool
the
looking.
bridge of a vessel will quell.
I think he's cool looking. He's a nice, simple looking trader Space Marine model.
7 people who had insurrections. That certainly sends a message, doesn't it?
Yeah,
in game terms, no massive surprise.
You know, he's got all the details on him he needs.
He has precision.
He doesn't need anything more than that. A nice, simple, clean design. I do like that.
Character and yeah, enough heads to send the message to anybody who wants to hear it. Next up in this retinue, and if you had Mantis Warriors in 2026 on your bingo card, congratulations. This is Garlon Soul Eater, who was once a Mantis Warriors librarian. He has signed up with the Red Corsairs, and he is known as the Tyrant's Witch, a formidable
Skeletor Marine, real.
Sorcerer, and he uses his powers to...
Oh, okay. We're making it a meme now. From now on, whenever Garlon's Soul Eater is dialogue, he's just Skeletor. I was with the Mantis Warriors.
He's kind of like Huron's spy master and manipulates all of the sort of schemes around...
Next time, He-Man!
Well, I imagine so, right?
And he prays!
And the rumour is he hasn't taken it off for more than a decade, and maybe he's hideously mutated underneath.
Could be. He's got some really tasty rules in Warhammer 40,000 as well. He has a precision psychic attack that is d6 plus 1 damage, which means you can basically pick out enemy characters in units and just take them out, basically mind wrench them out of reality.
Fantastic.
Another axe across the chest pose. That well is so dry. They do a lot of those, yeah.
The next model is
they do.
Immortal, and is the captain of the Reign of Spite. This is Captain Sargota. She was once a Imperial Navy.
Well, there's the obligatory female model. They got a ship with every Space Marine release now.
Noble houses, long lineage and dynasty behind her. She was
I mean, she looks cool, but she very much stinks of the obligatory female model that's part of the set.
She essentially orchestrated the handover of an entire naval dockyard and its ships and crews to a pirate fleet. I wonder whose.
Very piratey.
Exactly, and now she serves on one of the biggest battle cruisers in Huron's fleet, where she oversees a lot of his operations. She also joins the battlefield sometimes, which is why she's on this command airs here.
Yeah, I think this is my favourite model from this box set.
It's really good.
It's really, really fun. It's like a nice, characterful diorama piece. The thing that she's floating around on actually... Is
I feel like they're a little too desperate to add a female character, and that's why she exists. I feel like they could have done a lot... they could have done something a lot more interesting than a ship captain who just comes down to fight on occasion. Obligatory feminist model? Yeah, real. I feel the same way about Latara Saren being a model in Horus Heresy. She doesn't deserve a model. She's a ship captain. She should be up on the ship.
There you go. Yep, very practical.
Like, I get she's memed as a good character,
The next one, maybe even
because Bricky, but yeah. She shouldn't have a mini.
Yeah,
If you did,
absolutely.
well done.
This is a Tyrellian dog soldier known as the Enforcer. She is essentially the warrior that Huron sends out to hunt down those who would dissent against him, and maybe there's
Okay.
leadership. Or,
I will say this.
reneging on
Chaos
so the
Xenos.
Enforcer hunts them
I'm
down
glad they actually have
as
one.
far as it takes to do so.
Chaos Xenos are such an underexplored
Canine,
part of Warhammer
canine
40k.
looking creature. That is, if you were wondering, an adolescent Barghisi. If the term Barghisi is familiar to you, that's because in Warhammer 40,000 there's a thing called the hyper-violent Barghisi, which has appeared a couple of times in our lore. This is what they look like before they are big enough to be called hyper-violent. When she first...
Do we have minis of Caiaphas Caner as close allies? Oh no, they'd never give us those, because we actually want those.
Now it serves essentially as her little hunter-killer, but she has to keep an eye on it because they're prone to spates of really rapid growth, and eventually it will become too big to...
You thought Heretic Astartes still hated Xenos?
Barghisi, like, devastating entire spaceport.
Honestly, there have been lesser Xenos races that have allied with Chaos and fought for the traitors.
Or the space farm.
Oh, yeah, we're a happy
But it's
ending for everybody
about
in
as
Grim Darkness.
it's about as common as the Xenos who end up working with the Imperium, like say, you know, the Yokero.
Not only have you got like renegade Chaos Space Marines and humans, you also have alien pirates and bounty hunters and all the kind of ne'er-do-wells and piratical forces from the whole region gravitating towards the Maelstrom. So it's not just about Chaos Space Marines. He is the master of this enormous pirate empire within the Maelstrom.
Absolutely, yeah. The forces at his disposal are vast.
They go get Steel Legion? Absolutely not. They would never give us Steel Legion.
Oppressive regime, as they would call it, of the Imperial
Because fans
Empire.
want that. They would never give us
The
that.
Maelstrom might be the place for you, and I'm sure...
Just the same reason we're not getting new Sisters of Silence today.
Speaking of Huron Blackheart, he does not come alone. The Masters of the Maelstrom are joined by this box set. Everything you see here comes in a big box called the Lords of the Maelstrom, and is essentially the heart of a Red Corsairs army. It's got
Oh, okay, yeah, no, they're doing a conversion kit for
you
them.
can see in here.
Yeah, so some of these miniatures, all of these miniatures will eventually be available separately.
Yeah, they're doing a conversion kit for the fucking Red Corsairs.
They are a brand new miniature set. These are effectively the elite of the Red Corsairs. They sit somewhere between legionaries.
Oh, and just a straight up a brand new unit for them.
And they are the veterans of the Barab Wars and the various different conflicts within the Maelstrom. As far as in-game, they are a really useful little unit. They have infiltrate. They have 3 wounds each. They have a really respectable combat stat line, and they've also...
Okay, I will say, Red Corsairs getting their own unit and conversion kit, actual good idea. I do like that.
The personification of what it means to be a renegade Chaos Space Marine.
Hi Ash, how you doing? The stream goes well. They haven't torpedoed 40k yet. They haven't shown the female Custodes, but I know it's coming.
They've got lots of trappings on them from various battles and enemies that they fought. It's really quite exciting to see these.
Lots of them have got like pelts of wild animals, or
Yeah,
coarse
absolutely.
hair, as I like to call it.
Oh, very good, very good. There's more within this box set. Next up, you can see the Chaos Terminator squad. These are the Chaos Terminators that you already know and love if you're a Chaos Space Marine player. The difference here being they have new sculpted detail shoulder pads, which are included within this box set.
Yeah, they're absolutely doing a conversion kit for Red Corsairs.
Chaos Terminators are fantastically useful if you're living your life via the medium of shit.
Did I comment on people still be sucking my nuts on random YouTube AI slop vid? Okay. Well, I think it's funny. I don't think it matters enough to bring up on stream, honestly.
It's a good colour scheme.
Yeah, absolutely. Similarly, you have the Legionaries. This is the same kit that you might be used to from the other Chaos Space Marine Legions, And again, there's upgrades that tailor them towards looking like Red Corsairs. So you've got these fantastic Red Corsair shoulder pads, and then you've got some other details as well. We'll show what they look like in a moment. But you've got like heads and some.
There's like ammo belt cutter and trophies and
oh,
that
there
sort
you
of
go.
stuff. There
Perfect.
we go. That is the whole upgrade kit. So you can see there, you've got the Terminator shoulder pads. You've got the shoulder pads that fit Legionaries, but they'll also fit anything in that kind of like size of armor. If you want to have some like Raptors or something, you could do those too. You've got some really cool unhelmeted heads.
Okay, that's a cool conversion kit.
Cool, yeah. I mean, it's all good, isn't it? And then there's some big transfers as well. So if you want to have like Rhinos and Land Rovers,
Same Terminator models. I wouldn't have expected them to come up with a new kit for a new Terminator kit for this, honestly. I wouldn't have expected them to.
So if you're looking to build a big Red Corsairs force, well, you'll be able to. Right, that was all pretty exciting, but it's not done. There's also the Traitor Guardsmen. These are the exact Traitor Guardsmen you know and love. They're just in red and working for the Red Corsairs, and they kind of exemplify all of those people that flock to Huron's banner and sort of try and survive outside.
I'm gonna be honest, they really need to make Traitor Guard its own army. I'm really tired of it just being like lumped into the Chaos Space Marine Codex.
The Rhea is actually my favourite model out of this launch. I think the Reeve Captain really just.
Now look at this smug motherfucker.
Renegade Chaos Space Marine, just a fantastic model. He's a multi-part kit, but the one right in the centre is the one that really gets me. Loads of detail, loads of plunder. He's picked up bits and pieces from lots of battles, and he just looks incredible. And he's quite good in the game. Right?
Reeve
so
Captain.
There's loads of options on the kit to start with. So this is a multi.
Yeah, he looks cool. He looks cool.
Different combat weapons. They've got different stats in the game. You've got a sword and you've got a mace. You can have a plasma pistol if you want him to have, or you can have a bolt pistol. He is a very good addition to your army. He is a Reeve Captain. I suppose might indicate that he's either maybe a veteran of the Astral Claws, maybe one of the previous captains, or maybe someone who's risen through the ranks of the Red Corsairs since. So he is.
After Darktide made them look formidable. Yeah, no, like there's so much good lore out there about the Traitor Guard, and then they refuse to give them their own actual army.
That you can give to your unit. He has Infiltrate, which means that he's a great addition to some of those Red Corsair squads we talked about before. So he can be right up in the enemy's face early on in the game. He can also give you loads of abilities when you charge into close combat. And you've got lots of stuff across the Chaos Space Marine Codex that allows you to have things like run and charge. So
Darktide helped make Traitor Guard more popular.
An extra point.
Yeah,
an extra
and
point
besides, if you really want to read the Apex Traitor Guard story, the Gaunt's Ghost novels, it's all about them.
It's a pretty tasty little combo.
Nice.
And worth saying as well, with all of the stuff that we've just talked through there, you can absolutely do this as a Red Corsairs army.
More Infiltrate? Oh, of course. Well, of course they're gonna have to make these overpowered. That'll ensure that the tournament whales buy them, so Games Workshop doesn't lose money.
Black Legion army.
Because the tournament whales are basically the only thing keeping Games Workshop up right now in terms of mini sales.
Perfect. We are not even halfway done with the stuff for this Maelstrom section. We've talked about Huron and the Red Corsairs. In that video that we saw at the beginning, we saw
That's only
another
half
force.
the pirates we have.
Exactly. So let's go and look at Prince Iriel and his Eldritch Raiders. So a little bit of a lore dump for you if you're unaware.
So Games Workshop remembered Eldar exist.
Renowned Eldari hero. He is the saviour of Craftworld Iyanden when it was under attack from the hive fleets of the Tyranids, and really solidified his sort of place in legend. But the thing he loves is to range across the galaxy, reaving, and at the head of this army, the Eldritch Raiders. This is a box set. Everything you see on here is included within it, and we'll take you through and have a quick look at all of those things. First out of the gates are the Corsair Skyreavers.
Yeah, so this is a really useful little unit for Corsairs. You can include these in a Corsair army or in a entirely Craftworld army if you want to. And this is a really flexible, fast-moving unit. You can kit them out in all sorts of different ways.
Eldar deserve more stuff. I mean, Games Workshop doesn't even remember they exist half the time, so yeah.
Combo to pick on little isolated enemy units. But
let's see Yanari burst into laughter. Yeah, they don't even remember Yanari exist.
If you want to make them anti-infantry, you've got things like shredders and flamers. If you want to make them anti-tank, you can put fusion guns and stuff like that in the unit. And they've got a lot of movement abilities. They come with scouts.
So they're basically making these guys like a really like tactically flexible, high mobility unit. Okay.
So they've got a phenomenal kind of objective game.
I get the feeling they're going to release these and then the Corsair army will not perform very well overall and they'll just forget about it.
Back to some very like classic Rogue Trader era artwork. If you're of a certain vintage like me, you'll recognize it, and it feels quite nice to see that sort of imagery making it into the modern Warhammer 40,000 tabletop. In a similar vein, in terms of the flexibility and the way they fight, there's another unit within.
Someday, Exodite fans, someday. Yeah, don't hold your breath. People actually want that.
The Corsair Void Reavers. So it's the same kit returned, and they'll be in this Eldritch Raiders box. Tell us about the Void Reavers, if you would.
Yeah, so the Corsair Void Reavers are your kind of line Corsair infantry. That's a really flexible kit. You can build them as either a kind of battle line version or as an elite version. They have loads of different weapon options. So they're one of the most flexible kits in Warhammer 40,000 in terms of the different range of stuff you can give them. You can make them very anti-infantry or very anti-character or very good at shooting or combat. Or
again, they're doing,
really
tactically flexible kits for them. I feel like they're trying to excuse the fact not having to release a lot of exclusive kits for the Corsairs. So they just make, an infantry unit that does a lot, a high mobility unit that does a lot, one vehicle, and like two characters.
All into battle, there are two heroes within the Eldritch Raiders set. The first of which is Karseth. Karseth is a Void Dreamer. What is a Void Dreamer, I hear you ask? Well, a Void Dreamer is a type of Eldar Seer, and Karseth specializes in being able to sense the subtle fluctuations in the fabric of reality. So one of the gifts that Karseth has is to detect warp translations. Imagine that you come out of the warp with your fleet and you're straight into the gun sights of the Eldritch Raiders sat waiting for.
He's a cool design. He's a cool design.
Team. Also, Karseth specifically coordinates the efforts of the Eldritch Raiders, making sure that they're all like...
The Void Reaver's just a kill team box repackaged. Yeah, Peepo, I saw that. They ain't slick. I picked up on that.
A really useful unit in game terms as well. This is an Eldar Psyker and comes with a ranged psychic attack, like Psychic Storm style thing. But the reason that they really pop is the special rules that come with them. One of them is the ever useful ability to stop enemy units deploying within 12, so they can see the future, you can never catch them off guard sort of thing. That's great to put on your backfield objective or to just screen out large portions of the battlefield to stop things like Corsair Terminators teleporting behind you. That's not a thing that would be good for you. The other ability...
What's the bug-eyed shit? It's like the lens on the helmet.
Psychic attack. All the rest of the Corsairs that fire into that unit hit with an extra point of strength. So it's a really good synergistic unit to help the rest of your Corsairs hit even harder.
Perfect.
Just reskinned Eldbrad? Yeah, I kind of see that too now. It's the same pose.
Prince Iriel is the outcast Prince of Iandon, and he's returned now with his Corsair fleet to deliver his craft world from annihilation, once again by leading an army into the Maelstrom. He's equipped with the Spear of Twilight, a very famous weapon. It's extremely dangerous. He's on his eye. That bionic is called the Eye of Wrath. It's powerful in its own right. And he is a devastating combat leader as well as an actual leader of warriors.
Yeah, so a really, a phenomenal miniature, right? Like, it looks really cool.
I forget, is this a new mini? I forget if Prince Uriel had got a new mini recently.
In game terms, he makes a phenomenal either leader for a Corsair army, or...
Also, he's got the fucking dual disc from Yu-Gi-Oh! On his arm.
And he has a very useful ability to redeploy some of your units before the game starts, and he also has some boosts to whatever unit he's joined. So just a really good all-round leader, and a combat stat line that punches up with some of the best of the Eldar heroes. He's got a really nice damage 3 weapon, which is the sweet spot for killing a lot of the best units in Warhammer 40,000 these days. So he can...
this is a new mini. Okay, I'm not as up to date on my Eldar stuff.
But that's how you know he's good, right?
Yeah,
so it comes with 2 banners.
So obviously the other thing that you might have seen in that video and in the army shot that we saw was this. This is the Starfang. It is an Eldari unit which is designed to go alongside the Corsair Raiders as they fight. It's pretty good in its own right. Eddie, can you talk us through it?
I absolutely can. So this is a really useful little utility unit. So first and foremost...
You haven't seen one of these reveals? Was going to leave, but you're hooked for femstones.
Killing heavy infantry.
Yeah, I just want to see him toss the torch, man. Just toss the torch into the garbage bin.
Green killer in terms of its damage output. There's a disintegrator cannon you can see on the front of it there.
Last model Uriel got was back in 5th. Okay, yeah.
Make one of your infantry units have...
So this is new. Okay.
So its grenade launchers can basically like cover the one of your infantry.
You mean a Paradox Billiards Vostrian Roulette 4th Dimension Hypercube chess strip poker dual disc?
Really useful. Because
we don't talk about that Curse series around here.
One of the things that's really exciting about this is it is a twofer kit, as we sometimes call them. Essentially, the kit that's in the box, and eventually it will be available separately, also makes the Viper, which I believe is actually the name that the box will live under. This is a classic Eldari vehicle, which has been around for 30 years or more.
I think it's longer than 30 years.
Oh, you've aged me terribly. Yeah, this is...
Oh, wow, they're actually updating another 30-year-old Eldar kit. That's something.
Available to it, right?
Yeah, so this
Honestly, when it comes to those 30-year-old
Eldar
Eldar kits, I kind of thought they just forgot about them.
Still retains a lot of the key features that you'll recognize, but some of the weapon options are a little bit more flexible than they used to be. It still has the option of things like shuriken cannon. You can have a star cannon on there. You can have a bright lance underneath.
Who's getting the short straw? Necrons or Tyranids? Place your bets now.
Missile launcher on it, so that gives you the
my money's on
potential to make
Tyranids.
quite a good anti-tank unit.
Like, they completely forgot that Tyranids headline 10th edition. They completely forgot.
Or you can get it out for pretty good anti-infantry with shuriken cannon.
Huron, I challenge you to a children's card game. Real.
In person on the desk, it is a fantastic looking kit. It's got that classic silhouette that you expect. If you build it the right way, the turret has some play, so you can maneuver a little. This is an heavy metal painted one, and I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm not going to fiddle with it too enthusiastically.
Every 13 years they update one Eldar model.
Sort of the positioning,
just one.
The way they work. It's a really just a fantastic.
Gav Thorpe comes down from on high and gives them permission to update an Eldar novel.
Yeah, I mean the current Viper model is lovely, but it's definitely showing its age a little bit around the edges. So the crispness on the detail on this, some of the posability, the weapons and that sort of thing. The engines now match some of the things like the jet bike engine, so it fits really neatly and nicely into an Eldar army.
Maybe in 20 years, Grey Knights might get an upgrade.
Paint that and then seal the canopy in with these.
No, they got to give Grey Knights more slop lore because they don't like them because they're too based.
This one with the.
They upset ADB by opposing the Space Wolves. Can't have that.
Sort of craftwood helmets on the Viper, but you can mix and match as you see fit.
Yeah.
Really
you wonder if Adam Something is watching this track. He's not a Warhammer fan. Of course he wouldn't watch this.
Corsairs, both the Red Corsairs and the Eldritch Raiders. Well, of course, we need a book for that. And here we go. This is the succinctly named.
And this is all stuff that leaked already.
Lair of the Tyrant into the Nightmare Realm. If you are familiar with Titus, which just released, I think, this is a very similar idea. So it's 4 books contained in a slipcase that detail all of the events that we've talked about and the characters. And
every 13 years, Gav Thorpe's dusty wank juice hits a GW staffer and they remember Eldar exist.
There's loads of good stuff.
Man, fuck Gav Thorpe.
Lair of the Tyrant is your lore book, so this dives into the history and environments and all the locations within the Maelstrom in a level of detail that we've never.
Maybe by the end of the decade we'll get a new Trazen. I wouldn't hold your breath. I wouldn't hold your breath.
Of the various different battles that are
They'll come out with a new female Necron character rather than update Trazen's model.
All playing for their part and trying to carve out their little pirate empires within the Maelstrom. It also tells you all about the Red Corsairs and particularly Huron's bodyguard and his retinue that follows him round, and Prince Uriel and his Corsairs as they battle against the Red Corsairs for dominance.
Yeah, each of these books does a slightly different thing. For example, Crucible of Champions is quite exciting because it is encourages you to sort of create your own hero, stamp your own identity on them, which is a thing I love to do whenever I'm playing a game of Warhammer 40,000. I imagine the commander of my army is me, so that's very exciting.
Leak that was just advertised by Valorant as a PR move. No. This one actually leaked from the Chinese, who print their books.
And different special rules and all of that stuff to make really exciting and unique characters, and then use them in your games, which is great.
Lair of the Tyrant detachments, as you might have guessed, has some detachments in. So one of the things that's worth saying about this book is, much like will happen with
thanks China,
book, all of the rules that are for match.
Like, that's one of the reasons I say Games Workshop is going to get out of making tabletop games.
But you can also find
like not printing, they won't stop making minis because they print their own minis, but they'll stop with the tabletop games just because China leaks too much of their shit,
for example, to make a very
and they pay through the nose to get all their shit printed in China.
That involve things like ship-to-ship actions and stuff. So really exciting. Right, so. This is not the only stuff that we've got to talk about with regards to the Maelstrom. We also have some new battalions. There's 2 of these. The first one is the Drukhari battalion, and is packed full of, let's be honest, raiders who are looking
They love
to...
piracy. They were kind of the original Eldar pirates, the Drukhari here, and this is a very heavily witch-themed...
Oh boy, Drukhari.
You start the Drukhari army, and you've got an eye on the gladiatorial pits of Comora. This is a great place to start.
It includes a
only good thing China does, leak the trash. Yeah.
5 Hellions and 10 witches. So loads of that witch-themed stuff that you were referring to.
Okay, so a new battalion for an army like that, like 3 people play. Okay.
Or just the reinforcements if you're already deep into that collection. There's another one. This is the Leagues of Votan battalion, and that includes the Memnir strategist and 6 Ironkin Steeljacks for them to control and get the best out of, and then 3
Okay, another Xenos faction that, you know,
army and scout ahead.
5 people play it, more than 3.
The Maelstrom and bolstering an existing Leagues of Votan force if you want to.
And kind of a nod as well that a lot of the lore in this Maelstrom book is relevant to a big chunk of Warhammer 40,000. Like there are loads of people within the Maelstrom all trying to carve out little mini empires.
And then the bindings of the books fall apart.
And Leagues of Votan. And
Okay, Nick, to be fair,
it's sort of
GW's Chinese printer people do a better job than the Trench Crusade devs.
So,
I'll give them that much.
Keep an eye on some questions, and I've got some that I will just quickly fire out here. So, Prime Mod Hale asks, will Huron and his mates be available separately later, or will we be condemned to a character box?
So Huron is in the character box in the same way that Titus is. So there's 2 big boxes coming out initially for the Red Corsairs. One of them is the Red Corsairs Army, which is the Reeve captain leading a force of Red Corsairs, and the other one is Huron and his bodyguard. Everything in the big battalion box will be available separately, but I think for the moment Huron's staying with his retinue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so they can charge you $100 for Huron Blackheart and all the special characters.
In its own right and operates independently. So that is a good question.
I don't think so.
Perfect. And then a question, I think, regarding the Viper from Jocked4020 is the turret interchangeable? I think if you built it carefully, you might be able to interchange the weapons, but I think once you've built the turret, that's your lot. So
I haven't built it, so I don't know for sure. You could certainly have a go.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep your questions coming in. We'll try and answer some as we go through.
Alrighty, what are they going to do next?
From Afexipe, if I've said your name wrong, I apologise. And your question is, which factions can be played in the Maelstrom campaign? Absolutely loads of them. There's an enormous list which I won't go through, but it includes things like Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Space Wolves, Orcs, Freebooters would be great in there. Loads of things. The idea is that you can get involved and have good fun. So if you,
I wonder how they'll try to force Tau in there, because Tau never get involved in a story unless it's in Tau space.
I'm quite sure that we will list the factions that you can use on Warhammer Community.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can decide for yourself. I think it's almost everything in Warhammer 40.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we've left somebody out, to be honest. Perfect.
Is it okay for you to like the Imperium?
Press on. So.
There is a little bit more.
There is nothing wrong with liking the Imperium. If people are giving you shit for liking the Imperium, tell them to go fuck themselves.
But let's go to the Mortal Realms now.
Okay, Age of Sigmar, no one cares about this.
My lord, Lucas, you can't just solve all of our problems by increasing the bone tithe. The hell I can't.
Oh boy, more AOS slop. Turn that down, nobody cares about this. The Imperium are the good guys? Yes, they are the good guys. That's the 3rd time they did that bit. Okay, listen, something you gotta understand about Games Workshop. They have as few jokes as they have as few jokes as Warhammer tourists.
Armies of the Bone Tithe received some much desired reinforcements with this huge glut of models for the Ossiarch Bone Reapers. Eddie, let's talk about the score, I guess.
Fucking.
So this is a fairly large drop of.
God, they look so over-designed. I really don't like them.
Units fill a really nice niche in the army that players have been looking forward to.
I can't say they don't look awesome. I can say they don't look awesome. They don't look awesome.
We saw a Ossiarch.
They look like there's so many details on these models. They could have just stopped at some point, but they kept adding details and it looks ridiculous.
Make loads of bows, and he's given it to his phalanxes, and now you can have entire units of bowmen in your Ossiarch Bone Reapers army, and that does some really fun stuff for you in terms of how you might approach building an army. You can now make a very shooty death army, which has never really been an option before. You can imagine loads of these backed up by your Mortek crawlers and things.
More Skeletors, but not. Yeah.
They've got some really tasty rules in game.
Looks like a bitch to paint. It does look like a bitch to paint.
Point of rend in there. And one of the things to watch on them is those little braziers that follow the unit around.
Yeah, these are my favourite guys in the kit, really. I like the little familiars and stuff. And these are Balefire braziers you see in the bottom left of your screen right now. They're essentially...
Oh, turn it back up.
What happens is if you fire the whole unit at one enemy, once you're done, you place one of these Balefire braziers on that unit. And that has a few effects. The most
Cetra was so based he stays in the old world. Yeah.
That unit, while it's got that token on, can't heal.
Cetra saw that shit, was like, end times are gay, I'm out, and then he fucking quit.
And I rely, as my Stormcast Eternal player, on like repairing damage to my unit, and so it's quite damning. In addition to it looking fantastic with those shrieking faces in the flames.
Yeah, the models are very cool as well. I like the kind of one eye look.
Personally, I think these are a bit cooler than Tomb Kings. Absolutely disagree. Absolutely disagree. These are incredibly over designed. Tomb Kings look good because of their simplicity by comparison.
You'll definitely see some in Ossiarch armies, and you can do some very fun stuff with your.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up,
wake you up when AOS is over. I think this is all. I think this is all they got for AOS.
They are dread assassins from the realm of death, and they use their Reaper's blades to butcher the enemy, specifically enemy heroes.
Yes, so this is a very useful unit for taking on enemy heroes and kind of those little isolated useful units like wizards and priests and stuff like that. They've got two things that help them out with that. They've got anti-hero on all of their weapons.
You painted an army, these guys. I hated it, and I got tennis elbow from painting them. I don't want to paint anymore. Yeah, it's just they're so unnecessarily over-detailed. And not in like cool ways, but in like obnoxious ways.
Parked behind a piece of terrain and think you're safe, and these guys burst out the other side. That's quite nasty. And fantastic in terms of imagery. This is very different.
Tombs King feel very generic at times. They're not generic.
Quite regimented.
They're not generic. They're simple. They're simply designed, and that's why they work. Simple designs are better than overly complex designs. Hey, Keen, how you doing?
That's true. He's the boss.
So, to lead these new...
Felix saw the end times too and said, nah, I'm out, yeah.
Mortek, a good, solid battle line leader to accompany the troops, and he has some good abilities in the game.
Speaking of generic, all these Ossiarch Bone Reaper guys, they look like, you know, mobs from a mobile Korean grinding MMO. All of the original Age of Sigmar model designs are bad. The only Age of Sigmar models that look good are the things that look like they come from Warhammer Fantasy. Like, this is a bad-looking model. It's bad-looking because it's the opposite problem. This one looks generic. This one looks like a generic, you know, Bob Skellington, you know, end of dungeon boss in some Korean mobile grinding MMO.
If you're going for Mortek Garden Triaxes and Crawlers, you want a couple of these to keep everything operating at maximum efficiency, I think. That +1 bonus on those to hit rolls is really going to be great. Speaking of heroes, we also saw the Liege Cavalos on War Chariot. I feel like this is like something that Nagash dreamed and recalled from a world that was, you know, back from ancient Neheg.
Another over-designed model where they could have kept it simple but overcomplicated it. Generic-looking guy in the back.
Amazing.
Yeah, so the Ossiarch
not wowed by this. Not wowed by this.
Army. So obviously twisted through.
This is why I like War Games Atlantic miniatures, simple and elegant. Yeah, actual good company there, War Games Atlantic.
There's one that you can make into a hero chariot, and there's also a kind of standard chariot. The hero chariot is a really, really durable unit. They both are, but the
motherfucker looking like a high-level Draugr from Skyrim. Well, no, the high-level Draugrs from Skyrim were actually well-designed. Like, say what you will about Skyrim's gameplay, but all the designs were on point.
But he stacks really nicely if you send him in alongside some chariots, because he's got some abilities that let them kind of grind into the enemy units even after they've charged.
A lot of the Caradon Overlords models look sick as fuck along with Eineth Deepkin. Caradon Overlords look okay, but they look like they're from the wrong setting. Iron Death Deepkin, they shouldn't exist. They shouldn't exist. They're a stupid army. They're a stupid idea. They're once again slop fantasy writers trying too hard to add too many different varieties of elves that don't need to exist. And Iron Death Deepkin are stupid and should be squatted.
Chariots and had Death Riders and stuff accompanying them. You can imagine armies that lean really heavily into shooting. A combined arms list now looks really tasty. So there's loads of stuff that just. Do
I still have to paint AOS models? I don't own any AOS models. Why would I buy? Why would I waste money on Age of Sigmar models?
Null Myriad Phalanx. This is the personal army of Arkan the Black. and it's an army of renown. So if you want to take an Ossiarch Bone Reaper's army with a slightly different feel, essentially you don't have access to all of the units you would normally do, but you get some distinct bonuses.
Last AOS. Okay, I'll definitely say this: the Chaos Dwarves look good, but the Chaos Dwarves just prove my point in that they're just Warhammer Fantasy minis in Age of Sigmar. And they painted them green for some reason when they should be red. But those are good designs. But those are just Warhammer Fantasy minis. All the Age of Sigmar original armies look like shit. Over-designed slop shit.
You can do it. This is a great little box set to start off. You can also just use this as the start of any Ossiarch army as well. It's a perfectly good start to that too. There's another box set on their way as well.
So here we have the Heralds of the Bone Tithe, which is a regiment of renown for them.
Yeah, so effectively this means that you can put...
They're not China guys, look kind of interesting, but also lean. Okay. Dwegham. Those are old world. That's an old world army. That's something else from Age of Sigmar. That's just Warhammer Fantasy. So of course those are going to look good.
And gather up the bones of the fallen. There's some really nice little abilities in this unit. He's got a spell that means that if you cast it onto an enemy unit, they have to use a command point if they want to fight, which is
really nasty.
It's really, really good. You've got to get it cast. Your opponent will know.
Yeah. Warhammer the Old World is just the continuation of the old Warhammer Fantasy, because Games Workshop realized they fucked up when they, torpedoed Warhammer Fantasy and remade it, because nobody plays Age of Sigmar, and the entire model line for Age of Sigmar is just a, financial black hole for them.
He's the one who tallies it all, and here he is sort of bringing that into the battlefield. There are only two things in life that are completely inevitable: is death and taxes, and this box is both of them. Speaking of death, this is the Death Battle Tome Ossiarch Bone Reapers. It contains
Speaking of Skyrim, why do the Draugr and the Tombs of Septims on them when the currency is from the current times?
As well as all of the rules.
Well, because Todd didn't think that far ahead.
They've got a really interesting new rule available.
That's why.
Army, which is
Todd didn't think that far ahead.
Touching it very briefly, but there's like a new...
He didn't have Kirk... I don't think he had Kirkbride to write his lore for Skyrim. I could be wrong, though. But either way, Todd didn't think that far ahead.
Points which they can spend. So the Liege Mortek, this little guy here, gets 5, Nagash gets 10, and they can spend those throughout the game to gain some extra abilities. Really exciting. I've not collected any Ossiarch Bone Reapers before, and as I was sort of deep diving into this ahead of this...
You like AOS models, but the lore is very shit? Listen, Age of Sigmar serves singular purpose. It's the place where you can get, models for your Legends army lists in the old world, and then slap the models on square bases. That is the only purpose it serves, and honestly, GW agrees with that. They'll just never admit it.
Strategic approach to putting an army together.
If you want to get a sense of the scale of things,
Todd Howard's too busy thinking about his hatred in New Vegas. Yeah, real.
Liege Cavalos alongside the Liege Mortek. He's already a fairly big Ossiarch Bone Reaper.
He's taller than a Stormcast.
Exactly, and then the chariot is just this wonderful here.
Lots of options and bits on them as well. So if you build either of these characters, you've got some spare bits. And
absolutely.
Elder Scrolls 6 prediction videos. Bethesda's dead to me. I don't care enough to predict.
And I think you could probably do some quite interesting things in terms of converting across these two models as well. If you wanted multiples of either.
If you kit bash, GW take a bolt gun to you. Hey, Games Workshop. If you don't like me converting shit, fight me.
For the Mortal Realms, however, we have another battle tome to show you that is coming out fairly soon. This is the Chaos Battle Tome, Disciples of Tzeentch.
Yawn.
It contains everything you need to know about the followers of the Changer of Ways and all of his armies that are at his disposal. And it's not just a book that's coming out. We are also accompanying it with a new miniature, which is the Fate Master. Eddie, what can you tell us about
God, that looks like shit.
Fate Master is the general of the mortal armies of Tzeentch. Of course, they are a wizard, because almost everybody who follows Tzeentch is in some way or shape or form.
Like, maybe you could make it work on fucking Old World. Maybe you could make that work in Old World, but I don't know.
In general, they don't really play fair, so a lot of their tricks and things that they bring to the battlefield are less about winning.
I don't know, maybe that one's okay.
Deceiving your opponent, so you can use some of their abilities to move your
that one's okay. That one's okay. That's a cool model.
Range to try and charge your units.
It looks like a barbarian sorcerer.
Advantageous combats. So they are.
So yeah, you could make that work in Old World. So yeah, no, that's okay. That's an okay model.
The tricks and the strategic positioning stuff they bring to your army that makes them really pop in your games.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a new terrain piece for these, which is just fantastic. This is the thing I'm most excited about for the Disciples.
Hello, Drycon. Welcome to the chat. How goes the slop reviewing? Well, we're going through the Age of Sigmar slop right now, but the slop du jour, the female custodes, have yet to be revealed. That's probably next, unless they do Blood Bowl next, and then try to do that last to minimize the impact, so they don't have to talk to angry fans too much.
The other one will split and essentially make a new one. And so that you see it splitting apart. That's really part of its own story. It's just great.
Yeah, so they've got two abilities, effectively. One of them is that if one of them is on the battlefield, you can immediately make another one in your hero phase.
Still a chance they don't announce it. No, they're going to announce it. They're absolutely going to. They are going to put female custodes in minis in this stream. I guarantee that. If they don't, I will eat my hat. I will eat my hat. I'll buy a hat and eat it. I don't own a hat, but if they don't put female custodes in this stream, I will buy a hat and I will eat it.
So again, this is a fairly large infantry model that's like larger than the Stormcast Eternal there. So they're fairly big pieces of terrain, and they go back to that kind of classic Tzeentchian idea of the Silver Towers of Tzeentch, which has been part of their lore for kind of...
Just start using Ozempic because you're fat and pre-diabetic, basically doing keto by default. Keto bread is surprisingly not bad. I've never heard of keto bread. I didn't know that could be a thing.
You know, if you've got something like 1,000 Suns army and you're building some scenery...
Seem a bit overly tall. They're meant to be like... I think they're meant to be scenery or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is not it in terms of battle tomes forthcoming for the Mortal Realms. There is another one almost equally magical as well. These are, of course, the Order Battle Tome for the Lumineth Realm Lords.
Yes, the Cow Elves.
From a battle tome,
it's kind of funny to me how Age of Sigmar kind of just exists, you know? There's no hype for it or nothing. It just exists.
Army rules have had a shake-up, which is quite exciting. Eddie and I were talking...
Raw or cooked hat? Raw. Raw hat.
Go into all of those details here today, but we'll be covering it as we get closer on warhammercommunity.com. There's also a new model for them. The Lumineth Realm Lords have been really well served with Battlefield Wizards, but maybe not as many sort of frontline...
Get up and stretch real quick.
This is a Venari Lord Regent.
Yeah, so the Lord Regent effectively leads your infantry phalanxes into battle. They are a very competent fighter. They're an elven lord, so they've got a very respectable combat stat line. But the real thing they bring to the battle are two special rules in terms of your game. One of them means that nearby Lumineth units, when they rally...
And yeah, it's another super special elf guys unit nobody cares about.
Especially when they cost so many points for Lumineth. So every elf that joins your force is very worthwhile. The other thing they do, if you put them alongside a unit of your wardens, which are your big kind of spear phalanx, they can basically have the phalanx advance
sit back down
the units and cause a whole bunch of mortal wounds. So your big scary block of spearmen becomes even scarier.
Driving forward that spear line.
You like AOS? Listen, you can like AOS. It's just not good. Like you can like it if you want. Like I'm not saying you can't like it. It's just objectively not a good setting or game.
We've got them actually on the desk in front of us if you want to have a look. The thing that I like about the sort of the difference in...
Can we skip this? I'm starting to fall asleep. I'm starting to fall asleep too, but I have no control over them talking about this, unfortunately.
Two back banners definitely in this season, isn't it?
Oh, I tell you what. Banners are back, it seems. Banners back. That's good. So there we go. Again, just a great hero for your Lumineth Realm Lords. We've got some questions. They've been flooding in through the chat.
Do my best.
All right, you done yet?
Really,
you done yet?
From Mandu says, do you ever get nervous when you're touching Evermore miniatures? Let me tell you, I am terrified every time I touch Evermore miniatures.
When they hand them over, they sort of scowl.
Yeah, well,
so we're not really allowed to.
Each of these represents like dozens, if not hundreds, of hours of work, right, by the best painters in the world, and they need to be treated that way. The first ever battle report,
best painters of the world. I've seen them Sisters of Battle faces you guys painted when you released the new ones. Y'all ain't the best painters in the world. Believe me.
Priminous Lamp, can I use this as a MOE proxy? I think you mean Master of Executions, and I think you need to do quite a lot of conversion work to do that. But that said, doing kit bashing is half the fun of this hobby, right? I'm looking at all those Red Corsairs, just imagining stealing the heads for my armies. So, yeah, maybe. And then, always good for a fun question is, from Fossil Fracas, if the new Chariot and the Sunstealer Wheeler got into a race, who would die first?
Ooh,
well, I would argue that the Ossot Benry bit is already dead.
I think the Sunstealer Wheeler is faster. probably, but it's tortoise and hare, isn't it? You probably get bored about halfway through the race and
He's
stop.
never going to outlast the dead, is he?
No, probably not.
Perfect. Look, that was all a bit of fun. Thank you for keeping your questions coming in. We're going to go now from the mortal realms to
oh boy, here it comes.
As we keep the theme.
Wait, no, Bloodborne, or Blood Bowl.
Talk a little bit about the latest Blood Bowl team to approach the gridiron. These are the Calidor Dragons, and I got some things to say. This is a classic Blood Bowl team which has been around for a very long time, and now it is.
No, I'm kind of glad they keep doing Blood Bowl stuff.
Modern era, season 3 of Blood Bowl.
Shout out to the Blood Bowl fans keeping Blood Bowl alive. Y'all are the real heroes here.
Could be right.
Anyway,
Sister Bandit, if for some reason you're ever watching this, that includes you, because I know you're a Blood Bowl fan.
It's a very specific role within the Blood Bowl game. So the first up is the Dragon Princes. So they are essentially the show stealers of the gridiron for the Calidor Dragons.
Michelangelo couldn't save those faces. Yeah, those Sisters of Battle faces were ridiculous. Like, who approved that? And the thing is, we've seen painters who use soft tones on their faces and actually make them look good.
So you can use that against.
But those ones that the Citadel team painted were god-awful.
They also are penalised by a little rule which is known as my ball, which means they can never give the ball away no matter what.
You liked AOS, and then you read Go Trick and Felix. Now you hate GW more than ever. Yeah, that's a rational response, honestly.
You can just go and score a touchdown instead. Next up, we have the White Lions. The High Elf team is a little bit different to some in that it doesn't really have a catcher archetype. Instead, you've got the White Lions, which are another blitzer almost. They don't have block.
Modern GW hates feminine beauty. Yeah, they do.
Get stuck with a turnover.
They do.
Goes weird and you both get knocked down.
If you're both lying down.
Oh, lying down, oh my word. The claw is not just symbolic. They have the claws special rule. And what that means is that they never need more than an 8+ to bust the armor when you're making the armor roll, having successfully hit somebody. That's really useful. The third of the sort of skilled positionals are the Phoenix Warriors. The Phoenix Warrior really fills the role of thrower, and this is one of the best throwers on the Blood Bowl pitch, of any team. Fantastic stat line, really, really great at making sure the ball goes to where you need it. So they have those throwing skills that you would expect.
Come on, Femstones, you got a bathtub and a toaster ready. No, Aku, you don't got to go that far, dude. You don't got to go that far, dude.
When you lob that ball, the enemy can't make intercept rolls against you. So imagine your Dragon Princes burst through.
Only AOS thinking of the hipster. You probably mean those OCR Bone Reapers. There are no Tomb Kings in AOS.
What I love about all of these
AOS are only in Old World and Old Warhammer Fantasy.
Absolutely so,
Old World units, so like the Phoenix Guard, the White Lions, the Dragon Princes, they just look exactly like those, but in shorts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So lots of calves and.
The live slug reaction describes this GW stream perfectly. Yeah, it really does. I'm kind of glad I decided to put that up there.
The High Elf linemen, in some ways, the linemen are the boring part of your Blood Bowl team, but High Elf linemen.
Femstones still aren't shown. They're gonna show. Okay, they're probably gonna show them dead last. That's what I'm feeling now. Dead fucking last, because they know they're gonna get backlash for it. They're gonna get backlash for it, so they're absolutely gonna show them last.
It's definitely an elite finesse team.
Yeah, and so you've got to get everything acting in the way it's supposed to, and I guess you need these to do some of the heavy lifting in terms of maybe making tackles or throws or catches themselves. The kit
you can't get over that they're in jorts. I mean, listen, they're elves, okay? They're elves. You can't really blame them for their shit fashion.
You would expect for you to
you farming by delaying it. That would not surprise me at all, Salt. That would not surprise me at all. They probably know there's people here, tuning in just to watch it all burn,
About different High Elf teams and all of that good stuff.
And dice and a pitch and all that jazz as well.
Yeah, I think you talked a little bit about how they...
Either going to show them last, or they were told to just not show them to avoid backlash. It's one of the two. I feel like they're going to get backlash no matter what happens. If on the super off chance they try to say the obviously female models are male, they'd get backlash, though not as much.
Yeah, really.
Or if they just have the female custodes, they'll get backlash for that. They're going to get backlash no matter what, so they're trying to delay it till last.
Coming to a pitch near you. Next up, he says, we have a little bit of an animation clip to show some people.
Oh, they really are showing it last. They're putting the Warhammer Plus shit first. Like, they really are afraid to show this.
On its way for Warhammer Plus very soon. Here are the first 2 minutes of that show.
Okay, you know what? Just to make sure, okay. I don't know if this is gonna get the stream nuked or not. This is an animation they're doing about, this animation they're doing about the Sisters of Battle.
Vision 4 has been bereft of the Emperor's light. Like so much of our benighted Imperium, it clings on.
Ah, fuck it, we'll let it play.
In darkness. Our mission is of sacred importance. The enshrinement of our fallen Canoness Rexilla. She will be a beacon, a rising call to the faithful. She will mark Vision.
This is just the Morning Star opening? Kinda, yeah.
The Emperor's flock will come and
They remembered Sisters of Battle exist? Yeah, real.
the foulness of
The thing is, too, I don't think this looks bad. This actually looks good.
we shall risk
Oh, this and the exposed faces of the sisters we've seen so far have been attractive. That's new. No man jaws.
to fall short of what our Emperor
They look hardened, but not ugly, you know, like they should look.
and faith. We
Oh, they're fighting orcs, okay. I like how they, what do you call it? They gave the sisters an Arvis lighter. Okay, I'm sorry, the emojis from the Twitch chat are killing it for me right now.
his test begins.
February,
Eddie,
huh?
that was awesome. What can you tell us about Penitence?
Yes, this is a new animation on its way for Warhammer Plus. This is an Adeptus Sororitas animation featuring the Order of the Sacred Rose, which is a thing we haven't seen before.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are on a sacred mission to found a new shrine world. They have a sacred relic, and they have to get it to the shrine world. Obviously, the mission doesn't quite go to plan, as you saw there. Their ship is intercepted by some orcs and down.
So this is gonna be a show or like a movie or what?
To get their relic to where it needs to go. The orcs in this are snakebite orcs, which
Cool.
is pretty cool. We haven't really seen snakebite orcs in animation before. Snakebites, of course, famous for bringing along gribbly squiggly beasts with them, and I can confirm
Is this the Battle Sector DLC all over
So
again?
we get both a cyber cherub and a squig in Penitence.
absolutely spoiled. Yeah.
Living the dream. When does it arrive?
So this is on its way in February.
Sister of the Sacred Rose in 2026 in this economy? Yes,
Fantastic. So if you,
Viva Demir
are familiar
8.
with,
Also, welcome to the chat, dude.
Warhammer, it's available through your Warhammer Plus subscription, and it gives you access to loads of animations and sort of shows that are made by the team in-house, gaming and lore and all that sort of thing. So if you want to watch this as it comes out, make sure you get yourself a subscription and join in. It's going to be great.
Okay, it looks like it's going to be a
Nice one.
series.
Right. There were some questions in the Blood Bowl section that I got hold of late, and my favourite question was, Custodies, when? Well, I'd like to tell you when. We're going to go to all the way back to the Age of Darkness with...
All right. Get ready for him to throw the torch. Here it comes. Okay, yeah, the plastics, plastic vehicles, we saw that coming. Plastic dreadnoughts, we saw that coming. New shield captain. All right, lay it on us. Throw the torch, burn it all down. Let's hear it.
So excited by everything that we just saw there. We have the forces of the Legio Custodes for the Horus Heresy. Everything in that video we're going to talk about. Let's start with what you can see on the screen right now.
So this is a box, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah,
This is a brand new box.
This is the Legio Custodes battle group, and this is coming out as part of the launch. Everything in this is a new plastic miniature.
No, we were right, by the way. No Sisters of Silence.
Custodians, you've got a dreadnought, a shield captain, and a grav tank. Let's talk about those in detail. These, of course, are the Custodian Guard Sodality. Eddie?
This is a Custodian Guard Sodality. They are the archetypal image of a Custodian. They are towering Guardians, each one with a Guardian spear, able to chop the enemy up in close combat and blast them apart at range. They are a brand new plastic kit, a slight readjustment, I suppose, of the proportions of the Custodians, but still very recognizably.
I mean, the thing is, they're not bad-looking kits, too. They look good.
And still, in the Horus Heresy at this point, successful.
Yeah, absolutely. They haven't dropped the ball yet. The kit is, as I said, it was multi-part plastic. There's some options in there. You've got these high-helmed, high-plumed helmets that you can see here. There's some bear heads in the kits that you can build your models, whether they're willing to risk getting shot in the face or not. That's your choice. And then there's option for the Vexilla in there. So you can
Yeah, so this is just a redo of the old Custodian Guard kit.
Yeah,
Okay.
You've got all the Misericordia, as you'd hope as well.
Yeah,
the little
absolutely.
kind of stabbing daggers that the Custodians have.
They're just dripping in.
Ah,
all
there
the
it is.
paraphernalia and apparel
Right there.
From the Emperor's most
Right there.
areas. Here you can see some of the different heads that are available to the kit.
There it is.
So you can do a mixture or
There it
one
is.
style, whatever it is that suits you really. You've already for me. This is
Get him out of here! Get out!
Of the Legio Custodes, right? These like serried ranks of sort of.
There it is.
Golden armor.
There it
I
is.
love it.
God, they're
There's no
hideous.
functionality in the Custodes Battle Group box set, though. You also have the Sentinel Guard.
It was terrible.
who are essentially the same.
Good
kind of
God, they're
units,
hideous.
Custodian shields and Custodian warblades.
Yeah, so another effectively battle line unit of Custodians. A normal Custodian, such a word can be used to describe the Custodians. These ones are a little bit more defensive and a little bit less killy, but every Custodian is a
God,
massive
oh my
and
God, they
very,
look
very
ugly too. Like,
shields, which
I
is
knew
very
they were gonna
Horus
be
Heresy
there,
models
but
use
oh my
shield
God, they
walls,
look
which are a bit
horrible.
more durable against incoming fire, which is really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And their invulnerable save is better because of those shields as well. They're just great. And so essentially you're just making that choice, aren't you, between these two units?
A little bit killier or a little
Yeah,
bit more
and
defensive.
you probably, in truth, want a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Of course, there was more in that big army shot that we saw than just these two sodalities. Next up, we have the Shield Captain. I am unapologetic in that this is my favourite of the models in this Custodian release. I genuinely think this is incredible. The level of detail that they have captured on it is so good. It comes with a couple of options. Here you can see the helmeted head and the unhelmeted head. I really like that golden laurel wreath that has been sort of woven into
What the
her
fuck is
hair.
that grandma ass looking character? What the fuck?
These are essentially a top tier fighter on
Good,
the battlefront.
good God, it looks bad. That's an
Against
awful
any
paint
team,
job too.
Probably including the first captains of the Space Marine Legions. If you're not a Primarch, it is not a pushover, and even if you are, be careful.
Yeah, a shield captain backed up by a squad of Custodians can happily take on a Primarch level character and up against anything that's a Space Marine, unless you've got a very, very impressive sword of some sort. You're definitely going to come out on the wrong side of that fight. The miniature is absolutely
So good,
dripping
yeah.
in detail. I think one of the things you can just see in that
Pure
rotating image there is the
God,
text
this is
that's
they look
inside
so
of the shield.
bad.
Quite excited about
Yeah,
this earlier on. Didn't we?
but
Like-
the concepts of
Oh my goodness, the
Custodians,
paint, the
definitely
faces look
quite,
awful. They don't look
inside
human.
their armor. And the idea
They
of
look,
being
they
the
still look,
titles
they
of the
look
glory
like
of the
men in
Empire,
makeup.
yeah,
It's
they're so
ridiculous.
expensive that the achievements have gone beyond their armor and onto the shield itself.
Yeah, absolutely. A really fantastic model, and I wonder if we'll be talking about this as one of the models of the year this time next year. There's more inside this battle group than we've shown you so far. We go to the vehicles. So first of all, you have the Custodian Dreadnoughts. There's two variants you can choose.
Notice the lack of using pronouns. Yeah, I've noticed their language. It's very the use of language is very pointed.
War spear.
They don't want to use
Like,
pronouns
like
here.
3 men.
It's just a giant guardian spear,
Yeah,
basically, isn't it?
absolutely.
If you get put inside a dreadnought and you've been a Custodian, you're like, I really like stabbing people with a spear. Can I continue to do that? And the answer was a firm yes.
Yeah, and it's phenomenally dangerous.
Why did her face look like
big
Luffy's
damage,
face from the damn Daniel meme?
armor bane, so
Okay, I'll
it's
tell you
really
why.
trouble.
Because none of the people designing these
this is my
female
favourite
custodes have seen a real woman. They've only ever seen trans women.
Look at the pose that you've got. on
That's
it.
why.
It's really poseable. They've made the most of the sort of multi-part plastic functionality that this kit enables.
I'll just rip that Band-Aid off right now.
The,
That's who they're
contemporary
really
ones, a lot
pandering
of
to
the
with
kits,
this.
particularly the Custodian ones, have been available in resin before, obviously,
Yep.
and they've always been kind of highly posable. None of that posability has been lost in the transition to plastic, and actually it's now an even easier material to work with, and you've got more options and ways of building, so you can include half a dozen of these dreadnoughts in your army if you wanted to, and every single
By the
one
way,
is-
I'm looking at the Twitch chat.
Let's look at the other one.
It was
This is
terrible.
the Galatus Dreadnought. Again,
I'm looking at the Twitch chat. It is so incredibly toxic. It's nothing but like the few dozen woke tourists being the most toxic, combative pieces of shit imaginable.
Exactly.
Right? You've got one with the spear, the more aggressive one. You've got one with the shield and the sword, the more defensive one. So if you wanted to, you could pair them up, right? You could have the shield one walk around with your shield custodies and your spear one go alongside the warriors that they fought with in life.
Yeah,
how's the view counter?
Has the Galatus Warblade. That is just going to cut through medium and heavy infantry like nothing. A thing to bear in mind about these is every dreadnought is piloted by like a fallen warrior, right? That is in.
I wasn't keeping track. Oh well, who cares?
Just bear in mind that the warrior that is piloting this was a custodian, the absolute fighting elite of the Imperium.
Let's close the chat. I've had enough of it.
These are really, really dangerous on the table.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame because the actual like proportional redesign is nice, but then you got those ugly ass square jawed looking heads that are supposed to be female, and then you've got and then this dreadnought looks nice, but they just undermine the all the good design is undermined by the fact they included female custodes. And not only did they include female custodes, they're ugly as fuck. They're not aspirational if you're a girl. They're not something you'd want to be.
This is a devastating ranged weapon with 2 fire modes. The first of which is anti-tank.
You're gonna need 2 toasters for this heresy? No, Aku. Don't kill yourself over this. Just, quit giving GW money like I have.
Alternate fire mode is multi-shot and is great at gunning down heavier infantry.
Yeah. We knew this was coming. We knew this was gonna happen.
Point of was
just brush GW off. 3D print your minis.
Yeah,
sail the high seas for books if you want to read them.
But also in terms of
like
how many
that.
units you have on the battlefield. So it's not enough that you've got a unit that's very good at killing tanks. It might also need to do some double duty to, pitch into the battle against enemy heavy infantry or support your units, whichever thing is currently giving you challenge.
So the nobles of Terra are fucking like rabbits to. Oh, okay, no, hipster, you don't get it. They only take the sons of Terra nobles. But gender is apparently a social construct, so I guess just some of those sons were daughters, but again, gender is just a social construct, I guess. Shrugging.
Your reinforcements are hot on their heels.
Exactly so. So next is the Caladius Grav Tank. It is very similar to the Caladius Annihilator Grav Tank. It's just not an Annihilator. Instead, it has an Iliastus accelerator cannon on its roof. Think Sikaran battle tank from the.
You got modded over on Twitch.
The war gear is similar,
yeah,
but upgunned version of that.
Their Redditor mods who are doing it for free are like only letting through the chats that are okay with this because they'll pretend everyone's okay with it right until it bites them in the ass.
In a custodian army, just because everything costs so many points, but there's certainly a place for one of each of these in a 3,000 point force.
Yeah, absolutely. Sticking on the theme of the Grav tanks, we have the biggest of all of them, which is the Coronis Grav Carrier. This thing is enormous. We've got one on the desk in front of us. We'll show you in a minute. But essentially, this is big enough that it can carry an entire sodality of.
Honestly, I don't think we're ever going to get the Amazon show because the way they're describing it sounds like nothing is happening. They're sitting on their laurels doing nothing.
This is a big old tank.
It really is. It's not unarmed as well. You can see the guns on it, but the one to talk about maybe is the Neutronium Cascade Projector.
Sounds cool.
We'll tell you more about that another time, but essentially it's a powerful gun in its own right. So in addition to disgorging the most elite fighting units in the galaxy onto the tabletop.
Milk toast of they shitified another faction. What do you know?
And all of these
Games Workshop and shitifies another faction.
Additionally, you might have seen in the video that we saw before, you have the Venetari Sodality. So these are elite hunter-killer strike troops within the Legio Custodes, borne aloft on these sort of gold wings, on contrails of fire, diving deep into the heart of the enemy.
Yes, this is your kind of rapid strike, fast attack choice for the Legio Custodes. You've got a couple of options there. You've got the spear, or you've got the buckler and pistol. Both of those are very lethal. They also all come as standard with Misericordia and effectively like ancient grenades from the bygone era that are more powerful than things like the melter bombs of the
GW stock down 1.5%. Moonfail, is that true or are you joking? Because that'd be hilarious if their stock already dropped from this.
The strength of incoming enemy fire.
That would be actually funny if that was true.
Lance, say that fast. Really great on the charge. So options a go-go for you.
You're not surprised we didn't get another Calgar? Yeah, real.
Now they're
real.
faster than everyone as well, and there's no escape.
You can see here the front. I believe that is the Neutronium Cascade Mine. So
I think you're right.
Delivering fun into the heart of the enemy. All of this stuff and where you find it exists in the Custodes Liber, which...
I'm looking that up. Hold on, I'm looking that up.
There you go. It's a big book. It's hardback. It's lovely. It's full of all the lore and the stories and information that you need to learn about the Legio.
Games Workshop stocks.
And in addition to that, it talks about other elements of the Imperial household. So...
Yep, so you've got the Anathema Psychana, the Sisters of Silence, and you've also got the Assassinorum.
Yeah.
So you've got all
Oh, wow, it actually did drop. What do you know?
The stuff that...
it actually dropped.
Himself on Terra as his personal army. All very, very powerful forces in their own right.
Yeah, perfect. So we've got the models in front of us. It'll be fun to do a little bit of show and tell. First of all, we have a little stunt guy in the front.
Heresy Bob for scale here.
A happy little solo auxilia, and let's just stand him alongside the shield captain for context.
You'd feel bad for Henry Cavill? Yeah, I would too, but shouldn't have buddied up with such a corrupt company.
I'll slide him back. Oh, so nervous touching these. Don't want to
break it.
Tell me about it. So the Custodian Guard are big, right? These are the pinnacle of the gene crafting that the Emperor does when he's creating his elite warriors. The only thing better, I suppose, is the Primarchs. And these didn't go wrong.
And half of them went bad, really.
Yeah, right,
so, I mean, maybe they're the best they got.
Man, we were on the money with the No Sisters of Silence thing, huh? That honestly, that's the real crime.
Spin it round.
That's the real crime here. How they completely ignore the Sisters of Silence again.
Some frames, and that's detailed on the inside. So I think if you're one of these modelists who likes to do that sort of thing, you might be able to.
To be fair, Cavill probably was expecting them to go nuts. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, so I think
they're nice models otherwise. Yeah, they are. Just, you know,
it's really cool.
I would be surprised if those female heads are ever used by anyone who isn't woke.
If you look at the sort of the chest armor on them, if I tilt them,
yeah. So there's a few different.
We all know the woke people don't actually buy minis, so yeah.
Options for things like the shoulder pads. So if you've got multiple dreadnoughts, you can have slightly different shoulder pads. There's some nice little areas for heraldry. So these ones have got some heraldic devices designed onto them. There's some different faces, I think, in the kit. You've got some different chests. You've obviously got the different weapons.
They're real women, so of course they're going to be ignored for pretend women. Yeah, that's true.
A lot of it's kind of sculpted on. So
that's true. The wokes actually hate representing real women. I mean, look at the man jaw syndrome that was fucking rife with rife in entertainment throughout the whole woke era.
Put your hobby hours into and get something really nice out of it. The other thing that is worth saying about a lot of these miniatures is they will obviously have some dual purpose in Warhammer 40,000 as well.
Absolutely.
So if you have an Adeptus Custodes army, things like the Dreadnoughts obviously are already a data sheet in your force. You already have data sheets for things like Custodians with Guardian Spears and with shields.
Sisters of Silence are so based, of course they would avoid them. Yeah, pretty much.
If you want
pretty much.
Warhammer 40,000 army, there's absolutely no reason not to.
Yeah, perfect. So we're not done with the Horus Heresy. There's still more. There's obviously a little bit for the Legiones Astartes. So first up, we have the Legion Glaive Super Heavy Tank. You were really excited about this one.
I think this is my favorite.
Literally nothing for Sisters of Silence. Literally nothing. Less than nothing. Good fucking God. I'm honestly more mad about that. I'm more mad about that. Like,
but it is
people have been saying we want new Sisters of Silence stuff, and they give them nothing. They completely ignore them.
No, you're a big fan of
they add fucking trans custodes, but not Sisters of Silence. What the actual fuck?
That camera is so close to the model, and it just looks just crisp and brilliant.
What the actual fuck? That's what I'm mad about, more than anything. That's what makes me mad. The complete ignoring of the Sisters of Silence.
Who am I to judge? It is a Volkite carronade.
Valrak is trying to defend this. Of course he's trying to defend this. He's a fucking shill. He's paid by Games Workshop to be a hype man.
It's not the only Astartes tank available.
He can say, I'm not a paid shill. All he wants, he's a paid shill. All right?
As well, with the Whirlwind missile tank.
Poor sisters, for real. Yeah.
About the Whirlwinds.
So sad your girls got ignored again. Listen, why represent women when you can break down men?
This is a
You know?
long-range artillery support piece that can reach enemy units where most of your things can't get to them. Lots
Also,
of
I'm
different
sorry,
missiles you can give it have,
look, I'm going to be 100% real with you.
stopping effects.
Those
So it's a
heads
debuffing
confirm
So
all my
when it comes to
conspiracy
Pyrax,
theories
so
about that
you
Space
upgrade
Marine
the
head kit.
Pyrax if you want, at which point,
Those
you
are
can
female
buy
Space
people
Marines.
off of
It's
the
gonna
different
happen,
weapons.
guys.
Fantastic for
It's
shooting
basically
at
inevitable at this
things,
point.
You know, when normally you're trying to kill dozens and dozens of models to claim objectives.
And before Luton and Bricky try to justify it explaining that's always there some shit. Fuck Luton, fuck Bricky. They're worthless.
We thought it was quite amusing.
They're not worth the oxygen they breathe.
They're obviously the keenest usually to get into close combat.
You can imagine how that went. It's like, my Lord Dawn, I'm now a Templar brother, and I'm...
Female Marines then? Yeah, no, it's inevitable. They'll do it.
Oh,
They'll do female Marines. It's gonna happen.
Maybe likes Sigismund too much, who knows. It is fantastic, and we're very excited for it.
Those heads are on pre-order now.
All the information you need.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. They said those were male just to get people to buy them, and then they'll sneak female Space Marine lore in for 11th. That's gonna happen. Mark my words.
Information on how they were fielded, the operations that they fulfilled, that sort of thing, as well as
Misogyny wins again. Yeah, Wissy, yeah, it did. It really did.
absolutely.
Adding female custodes but ignoring the Sisters of Silence is misogyny.
One Ultramarine.
There we
in this
go.
preview.
Ultramarine fans,
We
fear
are
not, we've got you.
contractually obligated to include at least one Ultramarine Space Marine in every preview. And
Okay, that's kind of funny.
About to be crushed under.
That's
the
kind of funny. You gotta smile at me.
Of the Iron Warriors.
If he's not dead yet, he will be soon. Perfect. So, that was great. Loads of stuff for the Horus Heresy.
Nah, it really wasn't, buddy. It really wasn't.
And see where we are at.
Oh, wait, they're gonna get smug about it. Wait.
Right, so we've got will the Custodies be playable in Warhammer 40,000? That's from Blood of Dead. Well, you've covered that
we've
one
sort
already.
of covered that one.
Loads of those
Yes.
models will be, and it's really worth saying again, if it's got a analogous unit in Warhammer 40,000, by all means use it. If it suits you, that would be great. Will we ever see more Sisters of Silence? And the answer to that is they have rules, and all of their lore and stuff is contained within that Liber Custodes, so you can continue to field them.
Literally nothing! Literally nothing for Sisters of Silence! Literally fucking nothing! Good God!
And they absolutely feature in the rules in this expansion.
They have rules, guys!
Can you tell us how many heads there were? I
Shut the
probably
fuck
could have
up.
done, but I've forgotten because it's been quite a long preview. I think
How
you
many
get
heads for
how many bear heads? I think you get enough to do all of the models helmeted.
I think you
or
do, yeah.
bare
So if you want an entire squad in helmets, you can do it that way. If you want an entire squad in bear heads, you can do it that way as well, I think.
Perfect. But don't make your buying decision based on what I said right now, because I might be wrong.
I had a question earlier on that I actually got wrong.
Ooh,
I
go
just wanted
on.
to revisit. So somebody asked if the Corsair unit was able to join, Huron's bodyguard was able to join another unit. I said
Oh
it
my-
wasn't.
this-
It is, in fact, able to
You
join
know what? I
And the last
expected
question is
nothing,
from,
and I'm still let
George,
down.
And the question is, in relation to the tank, is this plastic? Everything we've shown in this entire preview is in plastic. So I don't know which tank you meant, but the answer is yes. The Coronis Grav Carrier.
They have rules, guys. Yeah, so do Servitors and Space Marine. Exactly. They have rules, guys. That doesn't mean shit when they might squat them next edition.
It's quite fun, isn't it? So try not to scrape the metalwork against each
Warning.
other. So I'm going to put them to their sort of end.
Hate C00. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Crusade. Happy to have you here.
It is very nearly super heavy size.
It's really not far off. It's certainly not quite as bulky, perhaps.
I
as
think
the
they might
Space
travel
Marines.
in more comfort. Than
They definitely do.
than
Yes,
the,
they have a bit more space
Marines.
inside there, perhaps.
Fantastic.
But it's a big old tank, certainly.
Right, there we go. We are not quite done yet. We did promise you that we would return to the grim darkness of the far future.
All right, here comes more. Here comes some. It's going to be a Primarch model. Oh wait, no, I know what this is. This is the Maelstrom kit, and the upgrade kit for Iron Warriors. Not Maelstrom. Eye of Terror. That's what that is. That was leaked a while ago.
That was a tease, wasn't it?
That could mean almost anything.
It could. All we
mean
know
almost
is that the reign of iron approaches, and some of you may have been able to form your own opinions on things that maybe were being hinted at with hazard stripes and.
I just want, okay, when the stream ends, this stream will not end when their stream ends. We're gonna go to the website and look at the shit they got up there. So, you know, hold on everyone, don't go yet.
Information. That brings us to the end of our preview. If you've
You think they'll retcon Sisters of Silence?
Tonight,
I don't think they'll retcon them, but they're absolutely going to squat their model line. I see that happening now. They're going to squat the Sisters of Silence model line.
They're going to throw back to the team out there.
Creatively banked up, morally bankrupt. Yeah. Yeah.
So jump on board and have a look at what's going on there, by all
Like,
means.
people
Really, what
legitimately begging for actual representation of women. And what do? They throw the actual all-female army into the trash and put women in the all-male army. Actual, creatively, morally, and ethically bankrupt. Unbelievable.
A delight. We'll be back in a couple of months with the next preview, I think.
I think we're planning to do something from Adepticon in
Very
March.
excited.
There have never been Sisters of Silence. Yeah, you'll see that in a book coming up.
It's been a delight, and we will see you again very soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, delight is a word for it, all right. The fuck off my screen. Okay, we're going to the GW website now. We're gonna see what they got up. Okay, hold on to your butts, everyone. We're gonna get this up on the screen because y'all have been saying some funny things about this preview that they show. There it is. There's the stuff. Let's zoom in on this. Resolution's kind of bad, but all the male heads, male exposed heads, or in helmets. You pointed that out earlier. That turned out to be true. Fuck off, Ad. I don't care right now. Let's see. Here's the Custodes. Male head. Male, helmeted heads. Helmets. Male head, helmet. Helmet, male head. Tanks. They are real. Oh, wait, up there. There. There's the, there's fucking, God, that looks bad. That looks so bad. This face, like, this face looks so bad. It doesn't even look good. Cub, no one likes female Custodes. Nobody actually likes them. They're just being performative about it. Daniel Luffy. I'm not following you there. Karen Custodes, enjoy your hobby, gamers. Yeah, you know what that looks like? That looks like somebody who wants to see Chaos as manager when they're storming the Imperial Palace. That doesn't look like an aspirational female character. Someone get Granny Gertrude or Spear. She reminds me of a Chinese cashier. Paint some models, then you can talk as a point of authority on the hobby tourist. All right, little buddy. All right, you know what? You're going to be like that. You can get the fuck out my stream. Goodbye. Goodbye, you're a tourist, you're a piece of shit, you're a worthless human being, you have no value, no one loves you, throw your minis away. 99-year-old grandma will finally get the recognition she deserves. Who's the iconoclast that would not have inclusion for that matter? Oh man, in the grim darkness of the far future, there's only Mama. Oh man, why does it look like Lex Luthor? I don't see Lex Luthor in that one, unfortunately. Oh hey, Gotchi3, that's right. I forgot you quit Warhammer. I forgot about that. Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you found the bravery to quit Warhammer. You can quit my stream too. You know, I find it's funny. The the left here, the left here, legit, just shit all over Warhammer, and it's the weirdos, it's the weirdos on the right being jackasses in chat. I mean, good job for being like no better than the wokes, I guess. Hey, listen, never let it be said that the right can't be idiots too. But anyway, enough about Wokehammer elves who quit Warhammer and, you know, his loser friends. They don't matter. But anyway, yeah, no, that's the stream, everyone. Oh, that's the GW reveal stream. Arch tweeted about it. Yeah, I'll check Arch's tweet after that. Actually, no, fuck it. I'll check it right now. I'll check it right now. Fuck it. Let's see. Well, on the bright side, this at least gives us a good timeline to mark when Warhammer died, and we can just focus on what matters, you know? The good parts of 40K lore. You can't have women show struggle. You really can't. Yeah, okay. Here's one of the pictures I saw. I wanna show this off. Look at this ugly ass model. Look at this ugly ass model. Like, look, okay. But real, look at that's ridiculous looking. This looks ridiculous. Look at that. Look at that. Like, fuck off ads. I'm ranting here. Look at that. That is a man in drag. That is a man in drag. Syndicate, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Crusade. Look at this. That is just a man. That is a man going through a midlife crisis who wants to be a little girl now. That's what that is. That's what that is. That is. Who the fuck at Games Workshop's design team thinks this is what women want to look like? Who thinks any woman in her right mind wants to look like a man? Good God, it's like, it's not, okay, there's so much wrong, not just the lore problems, okay, or the obvious woke pandering. The fact that this is a dude, this is just a dude with long hair and they're saying it's a woman. Any woman in her right mind would be insulted by being compared to this. That's all I've got to say. That's all I've got to say. Like, holy shit. Just holy shit. No. This is a man in drag, says man whose only time of experiencing the outside world is picking up food delivery. You know, now we've got the woke leftists showing up in chat. You can get fucked. It's worse that it's set in the Horus Heresy. Yeah, because remember, they were always there, you guys. They always existed, you stupid little chuds. You were just too dumb to notice. Like, get fucked. Get fucked. And like, but yeah, no, this design is an insult to women. No woman wants to look like this. Oh my God. Well, okay, you know what? We can say though, without a shadow of a doubt, Warhammer 40,000 died on January 16th, 2026. That's where nothing written after this day is canon. None of the female custode stuff is canon, because this does, even besides the lore, just come on, man. This looks like something, okay, this looks like something out of a, it's ma'am. Yeah, exactly. This looks like something out of a Stone Toss comic making fun of trans people. That's what this is. This looks like something out of a Stone Toss comic making fun of trans people. Who thought this was a good design? Who actually thought that this is what a custodian woman should look like. Looks like Jetstream Sith. You know what, Tassel, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Your GW, obviously. Well, I mean, okay, I knew it was going to be bad, but it's so much worse than I thought it would be in all the ways I didn't even think they would actually do. Like the female custodians, men in drag. The Sisters of Silence, completely absent. Completely fucking absent. The actual women, in the Talons of the Emperor, completely absent. And then it's like, Bohemond's gay disabled boyfriend designed the female custodes. Don't believe. All right, man. Now you're just insulting people because you're a mad little cuck. So, where are you in there? Fuck it. I'll get you later. I'll ban you later. Oh my God, this is just the worst. And honestly, the fact that you leftoids and also rightoids are both using this to using this to attack people trying to criticize it it is just hilarious. It is just hilarious. Well, both you people got what you wanted. You got Warhammer burned alive. I hope you're happy. But all the same, this is just actual ridiculously bad design and unironically offensive to women. A lot of hate watchers here. Oh, listen. Where would I be without my hate watchers who are here to, give me free advertisement and let me live in their heads rent free? Like, I'll be honest, Wokehammer L's, Gotchi 3 showing up is really hilarious because I haven't brought that motherfucker up in ages. And I'm just, legit rent-free. Actually rent-free. But all the same, yeah. That's it, everyone. That's it. They have completely, utterly ruined Warhammer 40,000. The lore base is basically over. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know what, everyone? I'm just going to end it there. I hope y'all had fun laughing at Games Workshop, laughing at the haters, all that stuff. Man, I expected nothing and I was still let down. I hope y'all have a good afternoon. I'll be back tonight. Oh, thank you. Wait. Oh, I see what's happening. Yeah, that's why I can't find that guy. Yeah, I'll have to nuke him later. Yeah, I hope you all have a good afternoon. I'll be back tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time playing Cyberpunk 2077. So yeah, I'll catch y'all then. Take care, everyone. Have a good evening. And yeah, Warhammer's dead. Long live Warhammer.